equal height will not maintain the same elevation. Shooting across the top of them may demonstrate that.
Why don't you put 100 sticks? You got a stick shortage all of a sudden? Let's put 100 for the mile. And then after the first one that even starts doing this thing, every single one should exponentially follow.
Right. That's the Pontchartrain. You just described the Pontchartrain power lines. We don't need sticks.
No. A side view of sticks, not a front view. Have you guys ever seen a ball where you can look at a front view and imagine a curve, but then turn the ball to a side view and not see it? I haven't seen that yet. So when the Globers can come up with the ball, right, geometry of a ball, where they can turn it sideways and not show the side view, that'd be great.
Hey, Dem, there was a whole discussion earlier today. Sorry, did I cut somebody off?
No, good.
Yeah, so Dem, there was a whole discussion earlier today with Jazz Conda, right? Where, dude, he thinks the lines on a basketball are straight. So, like, with that kind of thinking, like, how do you argue against somebody like that, dude? Like, where do you start to fucking argue that it's not a straight line going around a ball? Like, you can't have a straight line going around a ball. It's impossible.
Wait a minute, though. You understand what happened, right? They took the line and wrapped it around the ball. See, it was a straight line.
Well, no, so it's only a straight line in a two-dimensional world, but when you put it in 3D and you can see it from the side, you can see that line, even though it's going away from you straight, it's curving down, so it's not a straight line. Like, a straight line is from one point to another, dot to dot, straight across.
You mean
right?
like a beam of light, you mean?
Yeah.
Because when I shoot a beam of light, I don't see that dropping down thing happening like you're talking about. I just see the beam of light going straight.
Yeah, same thing when we were messing around with the lasers, right? We never saw the beam of the laser start to bend down, but we did see dispersion, which I think that would be the only problem with what you guys are talking about with shooting something across a bunch of stuff, is you don't keep a solid point for very long, you know?
Would you say a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points in which on the surface the point is projected on?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Would you say,
as far as using lasers,
just a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface that point is projected on?
yeah, so I think things could be done with lasers. I don't know about shooting one over miles and miles. You're running the same issue where you're just looking through theodolites or whatever over my.
Well, we're going to end up using laser.
Maybe not. I don't know, but
next is laser measurement tools, not just laser lights. So if we run the drone out there,
all right. Well, I was gonna say you could do something with laser levels. You know, the ones that spin in a circle and project the line, and then you have the line, and then you could line the lines up. I mean, you still need a wall for that though, but you know, you could overlap the lines. It's basically like snapping a line, but on a wall or something.
They don't think level exists as we describe it. They don't think it exists as we describe it. They don't believe that there's level.
What do you think
between those two?
What do you think? What do you think they think level is?
I described it here as well. I put it in chat. It was how I started all this. So level to the baller means equal heights on each side. Level to FE means an even surface without any slope whatsoever. That's my words.
Yeah, equal distance from the center. Or mean sea level, whatever.
But I believe in the space between them. There still be level as well. Between those ends. They don't think that. I believe we can make a straight line on the Earth.
Like a laser level will project a straight line for up to like a few hundred, couple hundred feet or something. So like if you were to spin one of those up and have it hitting a wall, and then you had one next to it 100 feet down the line or 200 feet down the line, somewhere where you could overlap the laser, and then just keep going like that with a straight line, that'd be neat.
Still seems like
I don't know how.
Still seems like cooled water is a good tool. Still
Isn't that kind of what Jaren was trying to do on that thing where he was shooting them through the boards? Oh no!
No, that's when you project a laser beam like far out in the distance. This one would be just locally.
You're talking about a level.
Like basically like leapfrogging them. You know what I'm saying? You got two laser levels. You got one set up. You turn the other one on the side of it, and you make sure the lines overlap. It's basically like snapping a line, except sideways. You ever snap a line?
Yes, I have a lot of them.
DMOC Brax lines.
Democ, you've done a lot of lines, Democ.
I've never done a line in my life, not once, ever. I've snapped some.
I'm trying to do a big line.
I've snapped some chalk lines before, but I've never done any cocaine. That's what you're trying to insinuate.
That's what DMOC calls it. He calls it chalk.
I've never tried. I've never.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days? That's what the kids are calling it these days.
I don't even know what the shit looks like, to tell you the truth.
Do you get chalky? You get chalky, DMOC?
Don't get them fired up, Di.
Yellow chalk, white chalk, and blue chalk. Red chalk. I think that's about all the different colors I've used. What else is there?
They got pink chalk now because the
I
Mexican started pressing their fentanyl pills in pink, so that you'd know when they cut it with something. What's up?
You're right, it's pink. I was calling it red, though. It does have a pinker hue to it. Now that I think about it, it does.
Wait, what are we talking? Are we talking about chalk lines or?
Breaking Bad had the blue
lines. Yeah, they got like the pink, the red, the blue, the white, the yellow. What else?
DMOC does them all.
But anyway,
I'm just saying, like a laser level, like the one that spins and projects the line, that is a horizontal line. So
right.
if you just kept projecting that.
Now, what does your object look like? What will your object look like, Jeremy, if you actually had a side view of a 1-inch tilt drop curve object? What would that look like?
I don't know what.
Are you binge watching the Alvin and the Chickmunks again, DMOC?
Don't be jealous. I learned a lot from the Chipmunks.
Bro, cartoons. I mean, you learned a lot from cartoons from the 80s and shit. Like, knowing's half the battle, bro.
I know.
They always had these, like, lessons.
Yep, and then don't lie. And then you are your money. I learned a lot from cartoons.
You know what I'm saying? Anything I can think of to do a straight line almost always involves having a wall, though. That's the problem.
DMOC snaps chalk lines and goes to Toontown.
That's why you're supposed to ask a baller, what are we looking for here? That's why I used the box of cereal. I know you guys thought it was funny, but I mean it 100%. What in the hell are we?
We know what we're looking for. We know what we're looking for. If you don't know what you're looking for at this point, you're lost, Emma.
So what's a box of cereal look like tilted and dropped 8 inches, Jeremy? If you know what you're looking for, what would that look like to you?
When you make a straight line, you're either looking for the water to stay the same height above the line or for it to be dropping 8 inches per mile squared. Easy peasy. We all know what we're looking for, Democ.
Well, that's weird. A Glover doesn't. Glovers don't know what it would look like for a boat to tilt over the horizon. Isn't that weird? So are you looking for a front view of that drop or a side view, Jeremy?
It'll be with a tape measure from my line to water, to the surface of water or water level, either way.
And can we get a side view? I mean, would that be permissible?
You can. It's not really necessary, though, but sure, you can get a side view of the line and the water.
No, I think it's detrimental to have a side view. I think,
Why?
matter of fact, it's the death blow of the globe.
You can look at it
Every
any
time
view
you
you
get a
want
side
from
view.
the thing I'm talking about. See, that's why the thing I'm talking about is not optical, so it don't matter where you look at it from. You can be looking at a tape measure.
100%. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
Are you with me, Dema?
Yeah, it's a physical thing you can optically see the change of from left to right. Below another portion, you can see the water drop in reality. You don't have to look forward and say, hey, man, I'm imagining something dropping. Yeah, I'm with you.
Are we all
Alright.
looking at this on the asamouthl equal dipshit plane?
You'll start over the same body of water you end with. We're not going to get up on a mountain and look down a diagonal line and say, look, that's a diagonal curved line. I don't think so, Jesse, not today.
I mean, I think ultimately that's what we need to end this whole thing is some kind of tangible thing, like a tangible measurement where you can put the tape measure right up to it and see with a physical, tangible line that's actually there. If they give me a wall in a couple weeks, I'll get you a whole bunch of straight lines. I'll fucking straight lines all over that wall.
Can't we put straight lines across the big ass like cube rectangular wood, and then just put it out in the fucking water, and then just add up the cubes till they make a mile, and then the water should deviate off the right edge of it or left, whatever way you know doing it. I mean, if you had cubes, right, of wood, the top of the cube would be the horizontal line when they all match up, and then you just watch the water and see if it like deviates from the center point. You'd have a line in the center point too. So the top of the wood will be its marker for the top, the bottom will be the bottom mean line, and wherever the water lines up will be the center mean line. Or you can make a center mean line also. That's what I think would be good. That way you could look forward and see how each one of the cubes like drop from down from each other like a set of steps. Our ocean should have a set of cube steps. We should be able to, as a human, you should be able to walk down the steps. If you have cubes in the cubes of wood in the ocean, yeah, you should be able to just walk down them, doot 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 doot, like Cubert. I'm not joking, just like Cubert. %. And remember, Kosho said all you need is a 50-foot block of wood, or a 25 by 25 foot block of wood, or a couple blocks of wood that equal that. Maybe a whole bunch of 5-foot blocks of wood, or 8-foot or 10-foot blocks of wood lined up. If all those 10-foot by 5-foot tall or 8-foot tall or 10-foot tall blocks of wood line up with each other perfectly, all the way down the line for the mile, shit, I'm sold on flat Earth.
Shame
The
the moon
last
doesn't work.
block should raise higher off the water than any other block. Guaranteed.
Shame the moon doesn't work.
And we got a pool. There's a pool that's like a mile long. There's one that's like 2 miles long, or 2 kilometers.
I took a phone call. What happened? Did Demo kill the chat? Yep. Check. Dan, you're hot micing. What do we do, bro? We need a wall like a 3-mile long wall. Give me a 3-mile long wall in a lab, and I'll have lines all over the beach. Everyone gets 4 inches to make their line. Make a line in the midpoint of 4 inches. You know, we need a wall, a few feet high. We get a whole bunch of lines on that.
How about a mile-long aquarium? And then just look at it from the side view. That'd be fucking awesome.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you can take the square pieces of glass, take your fucking marker, mark your lines that you love, that we love. We can chalk line all the way down that bitch. Magic marker, permanent marker, crayon, whatever you want to use. A perfect horizontal line, and then fill the water up. And then everybody can come up to the side and look. Hey, does that water deviate from that horizontal line anywhere, everybody? No, not even a gazillimeter. Bring your ruler.
You mean
Test
a
it
level
out.
line? You mean a level line?
Yeah, but how do you know the fish
What are
tanks?
you asking me now? How do I know the water's
How do you
going to
know?
what? It's supposed to curve.
No, how do you know the
It's supposed to
fish
drop
tank?
8 inches, Jeremy, from the
You didn't let me
right
finish.
side to the left, bro.
Relax, man. How do you know the fish tank is straight?
Are you okay? Because we're going to look
I'm
at
okay.
it.
Are you okay?
Straight. How do
How do you know?
your
Just
fish
by
tank
looking at it?
straight? How do you know the fish tank you got now is straight?
I
These are
don't. Now we're talking about building a
How do
mile.
you know a ruler's straight, Jeremy?
Now we're
That's how
talking.
you're going to know. You're going to use a ruler. Let me finish my sentence,
Where
bro.
are you
Fuck.
drawing the horizontal line?
You got a mile long. You got a mile long ruler to put up against this, or?
You can, Jeremy. You know what a tape measure is, don't you? What about that chalk line you talked about? Yeah, you can get a mile long one, half a mile, third of a mile, and then add them together. You can go little till you get big, and it's all going to be one line when you back up, Jeremy. Calm down, buddy. It's
All
gonna
right,
be really.
that's it. We're having a kumbaya break. Everybody has to sing kumbaya for 3 minutes,
Kumbaya.
and then we'll start over.
Yeah, I mean, if we had a 1 mile straight long thing, I mean, we don't really even need the fish tank. You can just give me something straight for 1 mile.
Jeremy, the fish tank is clear. We're going to be able to see the clear water. You can color the water and have a white line or do whatever you want to do. And you're definitely going to see whether the water deviates from that horizontal line in the fish tank. I don't care whether the fish tank is horizontal. Use your brain for once, will you please?
So we got the water in the fish tank. I know we got the
We're
water
seeing
in the
the
fish tank.
water is horizontal. Not Jeremy. The fish tanks can be fucking circles, pal. We're looking for horizontal water all the way.
Can you,
As long as you draw a horizontal line across those fish tanks in one spot.
Horizontal to where?
That's the issue, drawing that horizontal line. I know. It'd be ideal to do it with a fish tank, I guess. Then you could put the water right into it, take water out for different lines. What do you mean horizontal to what? Is that a
Because
real question?
Depending on where you draw the horizontal line, it's not gonna be level, because level and horizontal aren't the same thing.
That's what we're talking about. Well, that's your baseless assertion claim, but however, that's what we're trying to do is measure to see if it is the same or not.
But if you draw a said horizontal line, but you actually draw a level line, and you say, "Look, it's horizontal," when actually it's a level, then you've just sort of kind of misproved your own thing by saying it's one thing when it's the other.
That's why we're gonna. Yeah, I know. That's why I asked him, how do we make a horizontal line? I know I could do it if I had a wall or an aquarium or something that was a mile long.
Because that's the thing. If you took it from like the center of the aquarium and defined horizontal as perpendicular to your azimuth at that point, then the horizontal line would gain in elevation from the surface if you drew it perpendicular to your azimuth at that point. A level line would remain at constant elevation across the whole mile. That's the difference.
Yes.
So your line would get above the fish tank.
I know we're aware of what. Well, we are well aware of your claim that horizontal and level aren't the same thing. That's what we're trying to do, is make a horizontal so we can measure still water at rest to see if it matches or deviates.
I see how that's quite the conundrum.
If it's 8 inches per mile squared, why do you have to go to the extreme? You can do half a mile, you can do a fourth of a mile. I mean, you can do them all next to each other. I mean, of course, but you could start. You're going to start off with smaller than a whole mile at once, right? And if it doesn't do 1
TV
or 1 inch, each all the way down, it's supposed to drop more and more each way.
Now, Mike, the TV's too loud, bro. I like cartoons as much as the next guy, but
can you turn that noise suppression thing on, Demok? Have you turned that on? Noise suppression powered by Crisp, it's called. It's in Discord. You should be able to go into your settings. That might help because the background noise is louder than your voice, so it's pretty hard to hear you. So wait, what was the last thing you said?
I don't know. This guy was telling me about how he thinks how horizontal deviates from level for some crazy reason. I mean, I don't believe that. I grew up being taught that level is horizontal.
For small distances, yeah, they're exchangeable. There's no harm in saying that, but over larger distances, like a mile, it starts to deviate quite a bit from the two definitions.
Well, I hear you, but we can measure it over the small distance being the same, level and horizontal, right? Now, your claim is that, when you go further, that's when it starts to deviate. Well, I mean, you can't show that, can you? With something tangible, not some optical nonsense where it's all over the place, wishy-washy.
Well, I mean, at small distance, not like they're measured to be the same. It's just that the difference between them is kind of too minute to measure unless you have incredibly precise equipment. But like,
yes. Well, hold on. It's too minute to measure, so it's the same. It's immeasurable. And you said unless you had good tools, what tools would you use to measure it over short distance?
Probably some like precise laser measuring system. I'm not sure. Like probably some like geodesic surveying equipment. I'm not sure what exactly use, but some precise equipment.
I think you made that up.
Well, I mean, it's not even like they're different. It's like it's just the definitions. It's like on a sphere, the level on a sphere is constant elevation from the surface around that sphere. And horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical at a point. That is just like the definition. So it's like, unless you say,
Yeah, but we're not going to go with reality off what a book says, though. We want to make sure and check to make sure the water's actually, the curving, which you can't do at small distances. So we know that level and horizontal match up perfectly at short distances. The globe is the one claiming that at long distances, you just go a little bit further, and then it starts deviating, which we can't do tangibly, only optical with, all this refraction-based nonsense.
Dan, your mic's open.
Thanks.
I mean, the burden of proof should be on you guys, the ones making the claim. We shouldn't even have to do this.
well,
This shit is on you guys. I'm doing your guys' work.
really, globe earthers aren't the ones making the claims. Flat earthers saying it's wrong. We've just been sat here for like hundreds of years, being like, yeah, this is how it is.
I know you've been making baseless.
That's not really true. I mean, you were born in the last however old you are, 20, 30 years. You're just kind of believing and going with a narrative that you may think is correct, but it's not like you and your buddies have been around for hundreds of years doing anything. You were just born into a system that told you a lot of things and you're going with it. You'd have to be fair to say that, right? Be honest. There's a narrative.
100%. I like to.
Yeah, him and his buddy's been doing nothing. Lazy bastards.
Well, I mean, there's like other narratives that are false too, that are like 100% false that we might be able to say, oh, we've known for this long or that long. So.
The bottom line is we measure horizontal to be level at short distances. You guys are the ones that say, no, you go longer distance, it starts deviating. You can't show that. Only optically with wishy-washy refraction all over the place.
They should be able.
Positions.
They should be able to use a fucking yardstick, a 3-foot meter, whatever, and actually show deviation from horizontal with the water. No matter who they are, if they live on a globe and the water curves, the water should curve away from any horizontal.
You can't measure it over that short of a distance, though. You just said it. You can't. It matches the level.
Right.
Horizontal level match at a short.
The Earth is very big.
No, it's not very short. It's called none. None is the word we're going to stick with here. None curve. Now add another meter stick and another one. Still none curve. Now after the 5,000th meter stick I've added, still none curve.
A lot of curve.
None curve.
I mean, it doesn't explain why bridge supports are different distances from the tops and the bottoms when they're built perfectly plumb. Perpendicular to the surface, and the tops are further apart than the bottoms.
Yeah. Have you ever measured that though?
It has been It's been well documented, and is in bridge construction papers about the construction of the bridges. And if you look up the papers of how those bridges were constructed, they'll say they had to account for curvature of the Earth, as in many bridges and buildings and such.
Well, that's neat that they said that, but let's see the measurement from the tops to the bottoms.
Let's see the.
Do you have it? Did they do it? Or hold on, Demok. Did they do it or no? Yo, did they do the measurement from the top of the top to the bottom of the bottom?
Trying to get the papers that show it.
Yeah, let's see it.
He stuck in his thumb. He pulled out a plum.
This shit might be out there. If there it is, we can go over it. I'd love to go over that.
What are we comparing it
I know
to?
the
What are we comparing
Verrazano.
the numbers to, Jeremy?
I know the Verrazano is a big one that they claim. I know the Verrazano is a big one where they claim that is deviating from the tops to the bottoms.
Who cares what the murderer claims? Who cares what the psychopath claims or the killer that's on trial, right? You're the judge, right? This guy claims he didn't do it. What does that matter? We're going to verify.
If I was the
that.
judge,
Well,
if
how
I was the
can we
judge, you'd be in
verify is what I'm
contempt of court.
asking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're in contempt.
Verification.
You're in contempt. I'm the judge. You're in contempt. Bailiff, take him out of here.
Yeah, because I asked for verification. You see how Jeremy works? He doesn't want verification. He just wants to keep getting nowhere. Listen, how
Relax,
do we
we're gonna go over
verify
it.
the numbers that the guy is talking about, Jeremy?
We're gonna go over it. I don't know even what numbers they are or if this even exists. Trust me though, if there is a measurement, we're gonna go exactly over how they did it and everything. Get right down to the nooks and crannies. Don't you worry your little heart, Denmark.
All right, I'm with you right here, buddy. I'm with you.
Okay. I got you, little buddy.
Did he put him in yet?
I don't know. I don't know, Denmark. I've been right here with you the whole time. That would be neat to see though, because there's a lot of claims of this happening. So we had to see a measurement of it.
There we go. Transverse deflection of towers, 12.5 inches. There we go. I'll send the link.
Well, can you just? I can't read it right now. I mean, can somebody check it out? Say, how did they actually measure it?
I'm having a look to see if there's a...
Wait, this is the Golden Gate Bridge?
I can get up another thing that explains how they did it.
You know the Golden Gate Bridge is purposefully splayed out like that. Is that what you're... Is that... Maybe I was only partly listening. Is that what you're going... You talk about the fact that the Golden Gate Bridge... What are you talking about? The fact that the two main pillars diverge?
Not just the Golden Gate, but like many long-spanning bridges. All long enough bridges, the support towers are there's a different span across the tops and the bottoms.
Yeah, but I'm
let's
just saying,
go over
the Golden Gate. It has those two main pillars that are diverging, and I've heard people say like, "Oh, look, the curve of the Earth," but that's not the curve of the Earth. I mean, first of all, there's not that much curve in that small amount of distance of the Golden Gate for those to diverge like that. Like some people have tried to claim it's like, oh, those are like diverging plumb lines, like that kind of idea. But that's not what it is. That's the way it's built. It's a suspension bridge. So they have to, the fact that they diverge out like that it has to do with the actual physics of the bridge itself. It has anything to do with any curvature. But maybe you're talking about some different part of it. If you're talking about the main vertical pillars, and that's not because of Earth curve.
Yeah, let's just go over one minute. What's the measurement? What's the bridge?
I sent the link in.
Because those main the two main pillars of it will be wider at the top than the bottom, but that's because of the way that's just the engineering of how it's built. It's not because of the curve of the Earth.
I mean, it says here bridge deflection, load capacity, maximum wingspan deflection, transverse deflection is just saying transverse wind load. Still smooth.
Hold on. Ooh.
To be fair, what I've read, it seems to be that the deflection of it was there is some deflection. I don't know whether it's kind of active deflection.
Can I get a bridge? What bridge is this?
I mean, this is the Golden Gate, but I can try and find more bridges where it specifically says it's been designed with accommodation of the Earth curvature. probably better than this one where it's a bit more vague.
Yeah,
on the purpose
question
of it.
about working
Try
with
and find some,
and trying
Do
to
we
get.
got a snake in the room? What's all the history?
Hold on, somebody's hot micing. Who's the snake charmer?
I killed it.
You killed the snake.
Am I live? Okay, here's what's different today, Jeremy. Is the laser rangefinders are fast, quick, and if we take a solid object instead of a laser beam across, we can measure that. So we can do it with a toy boat, maybe. But the laser rangefinder from a third point of observation above, optimistically, not on the surface of the Earth at all, would be cool. You could even, mount it on a stationary point on a drone and have that laser rangefinder do your job of monitoring whatever you're taking across. At that point, you may need more than one, but I think the tools are here for us. I just don't think we have the manpower.
I mean, I don't know if I would be making.
We don't need to
measurements.
be stuck in optical. It's probably easier.
Yeah, I don't know
Probably
how many.
easier with a toy
measurements-
boat.
What are we doing with a toy boat? Measuring the tops of the bridges and the bottom of the bridges?
Well, we could measure the line that the boat takes and whether or not it's changed elevations.
It's not going to be different on a flat or globe. I don't know what we're doing with the boat, Dan.
Okay, well, if you were at a distance, it would have a drop on both sides from the center point. That would be measured.
Horizontal.
Yeah, so
How?
we now have we have the tools to measure, so we don't need to shoot a laser across. We could take a rowboat across. We just need to measure it.
I have.
What's the tool we have to measure that with?
So it'd be fun to measure it from a third reference point, not in relation to the center of the Earth. And I think we can do
How
that.
are we
I think
measuring
there's lots
that?
of killer tools now,
With what? What tools?
and someone has.
This is a
What?
much
No. What are
better-
what tools? What's the name of the tools?
But I don't think they're going to show me the curvature of the Earth. I
Dan,
really doubt it.
Dan, can you hear me?
I mean, we're talking.
Yep. Mic check.
Dan,
Dan, can you hear me?
Dan? He might have lost connection. Dan, can you hear us?
I have an awful connection. If you're talking to me, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, we're talking to the other Dan.
No, someone else had chimed in and said they had. Right, so I thought you were talking to them.
Dan, No, we're talking to you. What's the name of the tools?
Okay, laser rangefinders today. I watched them kicking a soccer ball and measuring it many waypoints across the way. Okay, and it changed. I believe it has no problem establishing if we do an XY, we can get elevation out of it. So I'm not sure why this would even be in question. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I better be sure of myself. I'm not that sure of myself. I'm sure that there's new tools that we haven't tried before, and we're missing manpower, and motivation, not ideas. I think a toy boat or a rowboat would prove the same results, particularly under time lapse.
Yeah, it's just all optical stuff. It sounds like.
It sounds like, but that's not what the rangefinders. That's not what the laser rangefinders are. They're a direct measurement under all argument. They are.
Well, look, not really, because the laser rangefinder depends on the medium that it's traveling through. If the laser is bent in, it's going to make it seem like a longer distance than a shorter distance.
Prove it.
It's taking a curved path.
Prove it, Glober Creep. Prove that. Because in other words, if they're going to show a range, I understand what you're saying, but probably not. You're just saying that.
No, if there's no refraction and the light goes in a straight line, it'll come straight back and you'll get a range on it, the actual distance. But if it's bending along its path, you're not going to get the actual distance.
This
I
is
don't
like,
know, man. We could try it, but I don't know.
You're just saying that. It's like refraction. It's potentially true, but that's we don't know the range we're working at. What we know is that we have new tools for measurement. Between that and LiDAR, we have new action. We do. We have new cheap action. We do. And plus the drone.
In LiDAR sounds. Is that what they plotted the soccer ball with, LiDAR?
No, it was range finding laser. It's a handheld tool used for duck hunting and golf.
Yeah, I used to have one of those.
Supposedly they kick ass, right? Did you ever
Yeah.
have the weather? Did the weather ever fuck it up?
Not that I remember. It worked pretty well.
You didn't shoot it over a mile or anything, though, right?
No, just within golf ranges. Yards, maybe 200 yards.
250. Yeah.
You point them at the flag and then they bounce back to you. You kind of hit the flag stick. So you're not doing it on like a drive necessarily. Although you could try to bounce it off like a rock or a tree to kind of try to get some distances as well.
Just a whiteboard.
I just remember I had one because back in the 90s or whatever, when I was in high school playing golf, they were pretty rare and they were pretty expensive because they had just come out. So it was it was a big thing too. It was like the size of binoculars. The ones nowadays I think are tiny. Although nowadays I think they have them on your phone. It's all GPS, so you get everything for golf right on your cell phone. It's like probably better than laser rangefinders in terms of for golf because you can see the entire hole and every distance to everything.
Yeah, so I think we're missing out on new opportunities to show where we live. I do.
How far do those laser? Like, what's the furthest laser rangefinder that's out there? How far do they go?
I was looking at these the other day and to measure the plumb lines to see if plumb lines are diverging, and they're not that expensive. You can get a cheap one or a good one for like $1,000 or something, and it has an error bar in it. I believe the error bar was in the tolerance we needed. I mean, I'm sure we could get one to measure if the plumb lines are diverging or not. What was your question?
3 miles looks like midday conditions. 3 miles.
I wouldn't trust it over 3 miles. But
That's the way it looks.
what's the error bar within 3 miles?
Looks like
the ones I was looking at was like it was within millimeters, the tolerance or the error bar or whatever.
But
they were only good for. Gotcha.
Well, this one says the military can go as far as 600 yards. 6,000, I mean.
So within what mark is like?
It's like
the error bar.
Yeah, it's like 3.5 miles. 6,000 yards. It was saying the military. Vectronics, military grade.
What's their error bar looking like, though? Do you see them? Well, if it's the military, you're not going to be able to get it.
This one says plus or minus 1 yard. Well, maybe not for the military. Oh, yeah, no, it is, I think, for the military one. I'm just reading that thing Dan posted.
So we can go 6 miles, and the error bar is 1 yard. I don't know how much plumb lines would even be deviating. If we hung a plumb line up 5 miles apart, like how high would we have to go before they were even deviating a yard to even be within the tolerance?
Well, you could link them. You could do several. Like you could have one that shoots to a midpoint, then another one that shoots from there to the, if they're accurate within a yard or two, you could link them together.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And if they're that accurate, yeah.
you could put like a 2x4 or something in the middle, and then go from the plumb line to the 2x4 to the 2x4 to the plumb line, or as many. You could actually do that as many times as you wanted.
You have drone. You could have drones with laser rangefinders attached to them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, it's not. Well, remember we were talking about like if you can make a ruler in the sky with drones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that could be useful to get the.
It's all totally possible. That's what's cool. It's totally possible what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Plus, all this kind of equipment is rentable, particularly in LA because for movies and stuff. So you don't need to buy anything. You just rent the shit. Like $50.
I mean, you
a
could
day.
get a dope one that's good to within an inch or something, or a millimeter, and just do the 2x4 thing along the whole way, and you can go as far as you wanted.
Well, remember that yard thing is only for like the 6 mile distance of the whole damn thing, Jeremy. If it's only a mile, it's not going to be that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You'd have to go super high for them to be deviating a yard. I know, even over 5 miles. Maybe not. I don't know the exact math, so I can't say for sure. But
Yeah, but the higher they are on a globe, the more they should deviate. So
yeah,
this is why I was talking about the idea of using drones to make plumb lines. If you had a drone that could hover in one position, it just has to stay in one position, and then have a line that's coming down from it, like could even be like a fishing line or something. But you can get the idea of like that it'll be swaying around. But the idea is to try to have a line coming directly down, so you have your point on the ground, essentially making a plumb line with a drone and some kind of physical line that attaches the drone to the earth, and then the drone stays in position. Now, if you could have a pretty high height on that, then you have two of those at a far enough distance, shoot your laser rangefinder or various other ways to measure the distance between the actual drones versus what they are on the ground. So if you had laser rangefinders on the ground where the drones are attached, and then other ones up at the drones, if globe, they should be different. They should vary. Obviously, at the top of the drone should be further distance than down at the ground level. And because if you're using drones that could be really high, and you're getting that effect that they diverge more on if it was a globe, than it does at short at 5 feet off the ground.
I'm pretty sure we can measure plumb lines with a few grand. We get the plumb line thing measured up. Like if you were to go to a major city and hang one off of a fire escape or something, or the top of the roof somehow, some kind of protrusion off the top of the roof, you hang a plumb line, and then across the street you do another one. That might not be enough distance. I don't know.
Wonder how accurate you could get like long distances measured by looping together laser rangefinders like that.
That's what I was wondering. Like, if you just did two of them together at like a mile a piece, like how accurate would they be now? Would they make it more accurate than just one shooting for the 6, or would it still be the same?
That's the thing, though. You could test them on a small scale. Like you could loop if they go about 3 miles, 3.5 miles. So you could do like you're saying, like 1 mile, 1 mile, 1 mile, and then see what the laser rangefinders get. And then if it's only 3 miles, you could like literally measure it physically, like with one of those rolling wheels, or snap lines. Like you could actually measure that distance to see how accurate it is, to validate its accuracy. And then you could do one at 3 miles, see if that's as accurate. That way you're just kind of testing your tool, like calibrating it to make sure that that it's accurate. And then could you link a bunch of those together? I mean, could that even be done over the oceans, like to measure the distance between the continents? Because on a AE map type layout, as we know, the southern distances are way bigger than they would be on a globe. You have to figure out some way to measure that. I've also thought of like putting like like anchors on the ground because you can measure the sea floor, but that's tricky. But with laser rangefinders, that might actually be an easier way to do it. Trying to hit the ocean floor. That's what I was saying. If you just have buoys, like you need to have some way to mark it that's not just flowing water. So that's what I was saying. If you were to drop something to the floor and then measure distances between them, like buoys that have like anchors or something, but it's pretty tricky to do.
Look at these.
The depths of the oceans might be really deep out there.
Listen to this. Based on the fast Fourier transformation algorithm, the steady-state thermal blooming effect of the vortex beam propagation in the atmosphere is investigated of the laser beam. It's like, what? It's amazing when you read this stuff.
Did you say the vortex
Laser
propagation?
propagation through the atmosphere is affected by linear effects such as atmospheric refraction, absorption, scattering, and turbulence.
Ooh, that's a lot of stuff they got in their basket, huh?
Now they have blooming refraction and a thermal flower. It's really getting...
It's like
fun
Dr.
here.
Seuss refraction going on here. We got stem refraction, flower refraction, blue, rainbow, looming, dipping, jumping, rising, curving, horizontal, diagonal refraction. They should also be able to make curving lines perfectly horizontal too, right? They should make them appear horizontal somehow. Like the whole curving line. Like draw a curve or a sad face on the wall and then somehow make it a straight horizontal line. Because that's what we're supposed to believe here. Not a piece of the line, the whole damn line. And it just needs to be a body of water, right? Not necessarily the ocean, right, Gio? Like if it's a 1 mile or 2 mile long pool someone had.
For measuring what? For what?
To see if the water goes away, deviates. It's like a 2-kilometer pool you could use. Instead of going out in the ocean where there's waves and everything, you could use a pool, steel pool.
Well, for that I was talking about measuring the distance between the continents to get the accurate distance. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Like,
never mind.
If you had laser rangefinders that were accurate to 3 miles, you could be in like 2 boats, perhaps. You could, anchor 2 boats, do the 3 mile laser rangefinder. The next guy goes ahead 3 miles. The boat that's 3 miles behind goes up to the next buoy that the last boat left there, that you already have marked as 3 miles. Do another, the next guy drops another buoy or drops another anchor. You at roughly 3 miles, you measure it, boom, 3 miles, and you just keep leapfrogging.
And someone could be in a side view with like a ruler or something too, being like, well, every mile this guy went from here to here was this many notches and this many, you know what I mean? So you could literally do every part all at once, every single part. Like I'm talking even once we have a front view or you do the thing forward, have people on the side too. Have them line up a thing. They can even have like, I mean, because we have screens on everything. We have like, tablets and shit. You could like line up, you could put a dot with your finger, you can mark something on a screen, for where you're at, for each mile. The mile from A to B, you mark B, boom, right there. That's where the laser is for 1 mile. And then you put the next guy in the boat. You could see him from the side view. He sees you. You look at him. You're just making sure they're a mile apart too. You know what I mean?
What do you guys think about this? It's a measurement to detect the deflection of the vertical. Have you guys heard of that?
We need one for detection of away from horizontal.
Yeah, that too. You could actually do it at the same time, I think.
Oh shit! But yeah, the vertical's good too, though, because it's the unplumb or not, right?
Yeah.
Well, could you put one right behind Jesse Kozlowski's and it would be off automatically, right? Because his is off, right?
I don't know which one you're talking about. I just got in here.
Right. No, no. Picture this in your mind. I got two markers, and I claim the second marker is off by this much. Now, if you put anything right behind that, wouldn't that be off by law? It would have to be off a little more than that one, right? That I put in the ground.
Right. He's claiming some sort of optical divergence, right?
Yeah. So what you do is get physical with him. Like
Yeah,
the way
that's
you
what I'm
would
trying to do too. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Just put yours right behind his. Go with him. Put yours behind
Exactly.
his.
That's like
15, yeah, 15 plums. Go ahead.
I was thinking we could do it at like the salt flats in Utah.
Jesse's
It's
already
about
got. I know, but listen to what I'm saying, though. I mean, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm not trying to listen. If this dude, this Glober, already has it marked right there at like this rock, Plymouth off rock, right? This rock shows the start of the curve of the earth with the tilted plumb. So everything you do behind that point should just be it's just more and more and more and more and more. And if
yeah,
it's
right.
not, if it's not, the one right behind that, if it's plumb perfect, then his is a lie. You understand that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all we need. Go
Yeah,
where
you just
Jesse
need to go
went.
down with him. I
Yeah,
don't know where he
that's
goes.
it. And you would prove his is a lie. And then you have to redo his.
Exactly.
Yeah, simple. Everybody go where Jesse went. That's the curve of the earth right there. He found it.
Dave, you must have known that I was thinking about outer ponders. You must have known. You popped in.
Gio, that never occurred to you guys?
I was away for a minute. I
Hold
didn't
on,
hear.
yes. I actually wasn't listening, and I just heard Outer Ponders. What was the whole thing?
I'm just joking because I was just joking, saying that you must have picked up in the ether that I was thinking outer ponders, so you popped in.
Okay. No, I've been here a little while, but I've been muted because I've been busy. But it's funny because you said, Dave, well, you must have known. What were you thinking about the Outer Ponders?
I wasn't even really. I was just trying to make a joke because I
Oh,
saw
okay.
you. I saw you, and then I thought outer ponders, and then I thought I would just make a joke that you were picking up.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. Outer Ponders, right? That's their best move. I mean, let's just say Illuminati's best move right now on the chessboard. If you took full analysis of everything that they've been pushing and everything that might or might not happen, I'd say their next move or the biggest move, craziest move as well, would be the Outer Ponders. But it makes sense in so many ways.
What about outer realmers?
Sure.
Like they're coming from outside this whole realm.
That'd be kind of like interdimensional type stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. If you if you see it in the idea of dimensions,
that's a harder sell. I mean, even if there are Outer Ponders, it's going to be their version of it. But it's much easier just to convince people that we have our own little dome. They have their own little dome. They have their own little tech. It's like the next door neighbors that they can make up whatever they want to. Because we can never get there and never know what actually they are, or if they even exist. But they can just make up whatever they want about it from scratch. If they have to sell the whole interdimensional thing or outer space thing, then they have a lot more explaining to do, right? And that's if they allow the flat Earth truth to be announced and they embrace it, and then everything's fucking the shit hits the fan, right? They may never do that. I mean, you're right. Why would they, bring up? But it just seems like they're faking space poorly on purpose. They would do such a better job if they planned to keep it going. That's all. That's been my point. Like they don't have to show us anything, but they show us like obviously fake shit, and then let all these, astronauts on wires videos get released. Like if they were really planning on keeping the long con going, none of that shit would even be available. They would never let it go. They would check everything that ever goes to the public, and they would make sure that it aligns with people believing in space forever. And they don't do that. Why? Is it just a troll? Is it just to gaslight us and show that we can't do anything about it?
Because if they
Or
showed you nothing, you probably wouldn't believe nothing at all. If you got showed nothing at all, and they're like, "Yeah, we went to space, guys." Yep. And we were like, "What is that? What do you mean? What? How? What?" And they're like, "Quiet," or not, or like they don't even say nothing. Like, then what? There
well,
would be no space.
they don't have to show us nothing. They could show us very minimal, whatever, you know. And then they could like try to like boost the whole idea. There's a secret space program that we're not supposed to know about. It's top secret or whatever.
No, I think he's saying that at this point you could just show them a piece of paper with nothing on it and say this is proof we went to the moon, and everyone would be like, "See, it's right there, flatties. Keep up."
It is that bad almost.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
But
You don't have to show
there's no-
nothing at all. Just nothing.
Well, listen, they've got to appease the above average intelligent person, like above average skeptical person. If I mean, they've got to somehow appease that, because if above average skeptical people are totally not buying it, they're just not going to last very long.
My question is, what have they actually showed us yet? I don't remember seeing anything that remotely resembles any kind of reality that would convince me of any garbage that they've said yet. Not one. And I don't care what anybody says. They haven't convinced me of anything.
No, that's the thing. It would be more convincing if they showed us less, though. They didn't let the astronauts on wires and stuff. If those videos weren't available, if they weren't doing a little magic show on the ISS, they could make it look a lot better. That's all I'm saying. Easily.
Well, maybe they know that psychologically that humans will get fed up after a certain amount of time of seeing nothing at all, right? So you show them just enough to make them think, man, that's some cool ass shit. Look how real and cool that is. And look how oddly fake some of this other stuff looks because it's not on Earth. So we can make it look fake to them and tell them, well, it looks so, it's real because it looks so fake because that's not on Earth or whatever, right?
Yeah, like even just the Tesla car in space. Like they would never let Elon Musk put a car in space that looks so fake that it must be real. If they were planning on the long con of keeping space, going to space, it's over. I mean, people know. I mean, it's different. I mean, just because you have like people that are like just accepting whatever they're told, that's not going to last long because those people aren't. Those are really rare, I think, amongst the people that actually look into this. The people that still buy it, I would say, is a very low percentage.
Say that balloon was China's rocket, right? The balloon that went over us. Say that was China's rocket to the moon and it was on its way back, right?
What are you talking about?
That balloon we blew up.
Yeah.
Okay, say it was China's rocket. Say it was China's rocket going to the moon. Were we going to let it? Were we going to let it go to the moon? No matter what object comes over America or over any country that's not China, are you going to let it skate? It's the question, right?
Well, everybody can go to the moon, right? India just went supposedly.
No,
Right?
they can't. No. Listen to this real quick. You're not getting my point. If I put a ball and I send it to the moon, it has to go over someone else's country before it gets there. Do you understand?
Right.
Okay, so now are you going to shoot that down or are you going to let it go? Because America gets to shoot them down. And I'm pretty sure China does. And I'm pretty sure North Korea does. And I'm pretty sure. So if we had a rocket and it's going a couple miles out of the way off of America to another land, China, Russia, anywhere else, they will blow it up. They're not letting it go to space
Not when it's
over their
already
land.
like over 100 kilometers up.
You're saying because they have to use the supposed trajectory of the gravity of the going around
Sure, goes
the
in
Earth before they go into
Yeah.
space.
commercial or military
Tell that.
airspace, sure, but commercial and military airspace doesn't expand to like that height.
Somebody's saying something. I can't hear him. Whoever that was is quiet. Someone's defending the whole idea. Who is it?
Hang on.
Pick a name. Does that pick a name? Pick a username.
Is that any better?
Yeah, just a little quiet
Right, no
for me.
problem. There we go. That should be better there. I was just saying that by the time it gets over any other countries, it's well over 100 kilometers high, which doesn't cover any military or commercial airspace over those countries, so they have no jurisdiction to shoot down whatever is above them at that altitude.
Rocket Man. Nice.
Yes.
Okay, so Rocket Man should know what he's talking about here, Democ, because he believes the rockets are going up high enough that it wouldn't be like something like the balloon that they were shot down though. But anyway, regardless of that, Rocket Man, you knew? Or you just you could change your name or something? You sound like somebody else.
Sorry, say that again.
Are you new to this conversation or this just this Discord?
Oh no, I've been here quite a while.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen you before.
No,
right
no
on.
problem.
So you're like full believer in the rockets going to space and going on the moon and all that.
Oh yeah, of course.
How would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 as far as your skepticism goes?
0.
Oh, you're not skeptical at all?
I mean, it's literally my entire future and career. I'm studying aerospace. It's my living.
Oh no, I just mean in general. Like, are you a skeptical person? Not if you're skeptical about space. Like, are you skeptical about?
Oh, sorry. Just like if anything, like any sort of.
Yeah, like do you check? Like, do you believe what you're told in general? Or do you
agree with something unless I've seen for myself beyond reasonable doubt that thing is fact. When people say things to me, I'll say, "Cool, I want to know for myself what's happened in terms of anything really."
So beyond reasonable doubt, you think that there's no reasonable doubt about them going to the moon or any of that?
Yeah.
Why do you think so many other people think it's exactly the opposite? Like it's not even at all believable.
In terms of population, it's not that many people, and also probably because they're not really aware of what they're actually talking about and haven't educated themselves enough in the area to kind of understand what they're arguing, and they're probably just misinterpreting what they're seeing. And yeah,
then you must be new, because like people in here will go through like detail after detail of things that make them skeptical and make it surprising that you aren't, or people that are in your shoes aren't.
No,
it's not like you have.
I'm not new. I just either misinterpreting things or just kind of deceivants. Whether they've been deceived by other people
on your part, or is that something that you've actually got? Is it an assumption that people? Isn't it? Do you think you're at all assuming that people just haven't looked into it, or have you thoroughly checked to see if people that are saying that it doesn't make sense actually know what they're talking about, or actually have done any research?
I think people have looked into it. However, they've probably been misdirected or deceived to make it look like something else is happening. I don't think it's deliberately on their part.
What if there was what if you found out there was real reason to be skeptical about it? Like, then what?
If there was a real reason, then I'd love to see it, and then I'd look into it and see if there's continued to be any reason to be skeptical.
How do you get convinced, and how do you study a vacuum chamber? and how a person would be in a vacuum chamber and how like an astronaut suit works in a vacuum chamber, how would you come to a logical conclusion without being a human that could ever do that and hasn't done that? And you're talking right now like you would be a person that would be interested in doing that. So how would you go about proving to us that a vacuum suit or a rocket, the outfit, that the astronaut's outfit can last in a vacuum or do anything and such? How would you go about demonstrating that?
I mean, first off, common logic, the pressure difference from the inside and the outside of the suit is not a lot. It's 14.7 psi, less than a bicycle tire. Like, it's not hard to contain that kind of pressure differential. Second, I would look into trusted sources on how the suits were made and how they were fabricated and put together and designed. And then I would come to a logical conclusion whether one, that source was valid and a kind of reliable source to me account on. Two, whether the information they gave to me made any logical sense. And three, come to a conclusion if there is beyond reasonable doubt to believe and agree with what they are saying.
I gave you a reasonable doubt right now. You don't have any of that air pressure and any tires or anything else in a vacuum that you filled up, do you? Or you don't have the suit in a vacuum. You're talking about air around us. We live on Earth, and you're saying, "Hey, fill up that tire." That's how it's going to act in space. Are you sure about that?
I mean, it's about 14.7 psi in a spacesuit. It's about 0 outside, so the pressure difference about 14.7. I don't know if you've looked into what the pressure difference is on the inside and outside of a car tire. A lot more than that. It's not hard to contain that sort of pressure.
Why are you talking about a car tire? We're talking about you in a suit in a vacuum chamber or a vacuum. Do you understand the difference?
There's a considerable less pressure difference.
I really don't understand what that means. That was vague as could be. So how would you go about proving that a spacesuit and you could live in the spacesuit for an hour inside a vacuum chamber?
Put a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber, pressurize the spacesuit, depressurize the vacuum chamber, test to see if the suit maintains the pressure that it was initially given.
Do you have any video of anybody testing that out for an hour straight, for a whole hour live? It would be weird to not have that, right? All the astronauts should have went through that, and all the people in ISS and everyone, right? In that area of that field of expertise of
Might
getting
be
in a
some,
suit.
might be somewhere. I don't know if there was a need to post it on the internet, but I'm sure there's some recording of it, some sort of testing happening. Yeah.
You sure there'd be some? So you mean to tell me that putting a man's life on the line and not recording it for science would not be a smart thing to do every waking second that you did it?
Sorry, you cut out a lot there. My apologies.
Well, National Geographic, they show you every waking second in time lapse, photography, slow motion for days. Now, can you find us an hour of any human in a suit in a vacuum container? 1 hour long, start to finish, no cuts. An hour.
One, I don't think they'd put a human in there just because of the risk of life, and it's kind of very pointless. Second of all, I don't know if you specific. That's a very kind of vague and arbitrary video that's probably very hard to find because it's like probably not any need for anyone to video a spacesuit getting tested. Like, what's the point?
You don't need to test a spacesuit. So are you willing
Of course
to
you
get,
do, but there's no need to post on the
let
internet.
me finish, please. So are you willing to get in a spacesuit and go in a vacuum chamber live for us so we can see how you fare for an hour since you just trust it?
Yeah, I'd love to.
So I'd love you to do that. I'd love for you to be able to do that. So can you go rent a spacesuit for us?
Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Yep, you're not going to really, I mean, listen, the first time they tried to test a spacesuit in anything like the conditions that they say space is, the guy passed out. Look up the footage of the first spacesuit test. They had to stop the whole thing. He said he felt his blood start to get real hot and shit like that.
Oh, and it was a pressurized suit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And then he only lasted for about a couple minutes, right?
Not even it. Yeah, maybe 2 minutes, and they said they didn't really even turn up the pressure from what it was when they sealed the container too much. So there's just dude, it's such a small window where your body can handle the difference in pressure to the point where you know.
Well, yeah, that's why you got to wait to come up.
If they want to change their story and tell us space has a different air pressure, that's fine. Looks terrible to keep changing your story again and again, but we're used to that by now. So if you want to do that, yeah, go right ahead. Tell us it's different pressure in space, but don't tell me that no one's ever. I mean, don't tell me you can be in a spacesuit in this environment where if you can't even test it on Earth, right? Can't even test it on Earth.
He should have 1,000,000 hours. He should have all kinds of unlimited hours. He should have an astronaut being in there for the Guinness Book of World Record history of time. Like the lady that went up in the ISS for 600 days, there should be the man that stayed in the vacuum chamber the longest. I believe we have it at about 2 minutes. I believe the world's record has been set at 2 minutes in a vacuum chamber. Anybody got any Neil Armstrong time of hours or days or anything like that in a vacuum chamber? I don't remember seeing it.
I don't know why you think that NASA or whoever's designed these spacesuits need to post hours and hours of spacesuit testing footage on the internet for your pleasure. Like,
not hours and hours. Where's any of it?
My pleasure. No, for the guy's life, to record what happens to the human while they're in it. Are you telling me that they record every surgery and everything else in the world, from a frog farting for a day at a time to everything on National Geographic's how ants act, but you're telling me it's not important to record a human to see how he fares in a vacuum before he goes to space and risks his life? Are you serious right now?
How many times did the suits fail before they got it right?
It's a very
you really got it right the first time?
illogical.
Do you think here, just real quick, yes or no? Do you think do you buy it? They got it right the first time, and nobody died with pressure accidents.
I don't think they would have tested it with humans inside if they hadn't got it right.
But how do you get it right if you don't test it with humans inside?
You test it without humans inside.
So what do you do?
Have a pressure gauge on the inside, see if it holds pressure.
Okay, and then you put a human in, right?
Yeah, didn't they claim to send a monkey to space?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That was going to be my next video to ask for. Where's the monkey?
Just think about this. Just think about that symbolically with their whole story of evolution as well.
Yeah.
Monkey to space. Symbolic. Yeah, they're just milking it.
It's an incredibly kind of a logical way to go about a conversation. Like, you're saying that because there isn't footage that you can get immediately of this happening, therefore it's all hoax.
No. Listen. We're just pointing out the doubt people should have in it. Not the fact, not just that one piece of evidence being sus, right? The whole the body of evidence means that if you don't understand that they're lying to you about a lot of it, then you're just not paying attention. It's not about that. It's not about what you mentioned.
But you can look at it using common sense and go, look, we have objects that kind of maintain a much greater pressure difference every single day. It's not going to be difficult to create something such as a suit to maintain a drastically less pressure differance.
Right. So they made sure the pressure was good for human survival, and then they put the guy in first try, nailed it. Cool, right? How about that?
For a medium they've never been to. That's weird. Okay, so do you want to run? Do you want to run from the suit? You don't think this is a logical place to go?
They nailed it for years until allegedly Apollo 13 had a big problem. Before that, just cooking through, just shooting to space, no problems. Going to the moon.
No problem at all. We just put everybody in this suit and throw them in a vacuum. See you, Bob.
It's that easy to get to the moon and no one died, but we haven't been back in, 70 years now? How many years? 40, 50, 60. Yeah, we're going over 70.
They have a 100% success rate for leaving the planet.
Well, it's not 70. It's like 50.
No, hold on, Gio. for
I just had
leaving
it,
the
hold on.
planet.
I just had to correct it. I said 70, but it's 50. Yeah. I don't know why I was even thinking that it's as much as 70, but I was just in my
No,
mind.
you.
I was thinking
No.
19. No, well, I was thinking just 1970 is when they went as well. But yeah, so it does seem like, just on basic, if you want to say common sense, that if we had actually gone to the moon at that time, now I know they're going to claim it was millions and billions of dollars for the Saturn V rocket, but I don't believe that either, because that Saturn V is nothing compared to what they have now. That thing is just elementary, and they're pumping these rockets out now left and right like hotcakes and shooting them all over the place. So
Right. Now think about this. Once they hit the I'm not talking about in the air where we can see an accident happen right here 10 foot ahead of us or whatever, right, Gio? Once they make it past an imaginary magical spot line called space, right? Once it's out of our view, they never fail. Once any rocket's out of your view and our view and we can't see it no more, we can't see it mess up, they never fail. Check that shit out. It only fails if you can watch it. Like if something's close enough to view it from 3 to 6 miles away, that's when a rocket will fail. It'll never fail beyond that. Isn't
Lots
that
of
weird?
rockets have failed, and they've admitted to fail after they've been out of sight. I've watched it live. That is a lie.
You've watched them live? You can see a rocket farther than 5 or 10 or 20 miles away like a normal human? That's weird.
Yes, I was watching an Electron rocket try to reach orbit, and after about 15 minutes, it failed to reach orbit, and that was well out of sight of the initial launch. It was like 150 kilometers up.
You
But
got
there was a
some
live
good
feed.
eyes.
No, it was a live feed from the rocket. Actually, it was very pretty. But yeah, they said it failed to reach orbit, and if it, it failed, the rocket failed.
What did that mean, though? Orbit, an imaginary line they told you existed? What's that mean, orbit? What's that mean?
An
Can you show me a
international
line that means orbit, please?
what? A line that means
Can you
orbit. You
show
can
me a
get an orbit,
horizontal line in the air that means orbit? Once
that
anything
literally
past that, that's orbit, Democ.
that
We
literally
don't
makes
have. I
no
thought you watched
sense.
it.
yeah,
If
Demok,
you watched
you
it,
gotta hold on, bro. We gotta either slow down, or you gotta try to. It's people do have to understand what you're even saying. You can't get angry when they're not, because I didn't understand what you meant either. So either start over, or where we got to move on.
a reference frame of a horizontal line that says when the rocket goes past here, human guy watching it. Now it's in space. Do we have that? No.
Okay.
It's an international agreed upon line. It's just
Talk about the Kármán line. All right. Okay.
yeah, it's just an agreed upon distance. No one said it was a physical thing. It was just an agreed upon thing by international scientific communities.
It doesn't have a depth. You can't measure it. So a made up thing can't be measured and you believe in it?
No, it was
a
just
thing?
they've just agreed upon it as the definition of space, because technically Earth's atmosphere extends all the way past the bloody moon if you want to go, technically. But they just said, look, we're just gonna define a line for ease of purpose where space is. Let's say 100 kilometers. There, easy, done. There's no
What's that look like on a line?
I don't know.
If I had a little stick in the ground, how high would I have to make it to where I
100
line that stick up to with the rocket going past that stick to say it just went past the orbit? Do you understand or not?
100 kilometers above the surface.
Yeah, they say like 60 miles.
60 miles.
Yeah, it's just like this gravity point that you go beyond the dome there. So, dude, let me ask you this though. Like in terms of all the space stuff, like, can you honestly say that it from your belief in it or thinking it's real, in terms of what you've in your life have actually seen or validated or verified of that existing, you would agree that it's really only like video and claims, right? At the end of the day,
I wouldn't say claims. I'd say rigorous scientific data.
Okay, well, but if you can't validate that, how can you categorize it as rigorous if you don't even know that it's rigorous for sure?
Because the data has been scrutinized and gone through peer review and published as a paper.
Not necessarily with space stuff. No, not with space stuff, dude. Nobody down here is peer reviewing space, man. It's all governments and wealthy corporations that are even involved in any of that. It's not peer review, dude. No, there's no peers to review it. It's all compartmentalized and locked down and limited to military. And then you could argue the sort of SpaceX type thing, which technically they do have a certain type of business model that they're technically not a government agency, even though NASA is, but SpaceX is deeply entwined with NASA and the government, and they get all the clearances, and they have a very all kinds of clearance to even do what they're claiming that they're doing. So I'm just saying, there's no peer review in that sense. Now, the data you might think is somehow vetted, but how have you actually vetted the source of it to call it rigorous? Like, how could you have any opinion other than, hey, these people claim this? How could you? What has brought you to believe in it when you actually haven't validated it? I guess that's ultimately my question.
And he said he had zero skepticism.
I'm not gonna lie, I got basically on that because of my really shoddy internet. I'm gonna try and disconnect and reconnect. I'm sorry about this. Bear with me 30 seconds because I don't want to seem like I'm
you're all right.
ignoring what you're saying.
You're fine. I probably could have worded it more succinct. We can hear you now, though. But yeah, if you want to reset.
We're supposed to be able to watch. Geo, my point was, while he's resetting, we're supposed to be able to watch a rocket launch from so many miles away. If they have a pole, right, that calculates the angles to distances from a distance away, and it can tell you how far this thing is. And if you get 6 miles away from the rocket launch, you should be able to stick a stick in the ground at exactly 6 miles away, and then put a line on whatever stick and say, once that rocket goes up past this line, kids, it's 60 miles in the air. Now, if people don't think we can do this, then I don't believe any math they're talking about at all.
All right. You're talking about making a physical pole that goes 60 miles to space?
Hello.
No, Geo, stop being funny.
No, that's what you just said.
No, that's not what I just said.
Let's talk to Rocket.
Extendable antenna.
No, that's not what I said. I said you get 6 miles away from something. When you get 6 miles away from something and it's on the ground and goes up, what does that look like to you, Geo? Does it look like a 60-mile stick? No, it's not going to go 60 miles to your view. You're going to be a guy on the ground at 6 miles away. So to you, it's going to be a couple feet in the air. Do you understand how optics work or not?
No. Rocket Man.
Going to be a diagonal
You're not
line.
making any sense. You're not making sense.
You're making a diagonal line from your fucking eyeballs. You're not making any sense. Make a diagonal line from you to the fucking rocket when it hits 60 miles. Now, what's that triangle? From you, right? All the way out, and then from your feet. From your feet out to the triangle, from the rocket being launched, the bottom where it's touching the ground, from your eyeballs out to where it goes. That's your triangle of fucking incident. There's your math right there. Stop acting like you don't comprehend anything, please. That's the same way they do the stars and get the degree, Geo. Do you understand? You make a fake horizontal to the bottom of the rocket. I'm 6 foot high. I'm 6 miles away from the rocket, or get 10. Do your globe math. And then look, the rocket, once it gets to this part of the stick, not a 60-mile stick, it can be a 10-foot stick. You mark your line. In your view, it's going to hit that line, and that's going to represent 60 miles to you, 6 miles away. And a 10-mile away person, it would be shorter. Do you understand or not?
Okay, well, you had plenty of time to say your piece. With all due respect, I think we should let Rocket Man come back in because he reset his connection. What's up, Rocket Man? You there?
Hey, yeah. It might cut out again. If so, I might leave for the night. But I'm gonna try and go as long as I can before my internet decides to shoot itself again.
All right. Yeah, you're good now. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what is it? Just kind of the question about the validity of space, or?
Well, yeah, I was just asking, like, in terms of if you believe in it, in the claims that they make that they're going into this medium that, you know, surrounds a globe, and then all these, you know, the vacuum, because that's what you guys were talking about, spacesuits and testing them in vacuums and all this stuff. So I was just saying, like, if you were to really do like a self-assessment right now of what you know or think you know about space, how much of it is just coming through media, essentially, video, text, social media, possibly there's a book somewhere that you've seen in your, you know, a physical book, or different things you've been taught in school. Like, how can you validate that information? Like, is it just a belief in the authority that they are doing it? Because I was just trying to kind of elucidate that, like, what you actually have taken in without validating it as to why you have a belief in it, like why you think it's real without having validated it further, especially as dramatic of a claim that there's this other medium up in the sky that has physical, you know, things that you can land on, for example. It's a huge claim.
because looking at the rigor that those scientific papers have been through and the peer review that they've gone through and the calculations they've made, knowing my understanding of physics, I get a dual conclusion that beyond reasonable doubt that the conclusion they have reached is the correct one, as you do about all information you were ever taught ever, not just about space and physics and everything, just anything in general. The reason you believe the things you were taught is because you use your common sense and knowledge of other things in life to agree that what you have been taught makes logical sense. Otherwise, you can't learn anything because you'd have to therefore test everything you ever learned, which no one has time to do. Like, science doesn't say you have to go out and test everything yourself to believe everything. Like, everyone learns a lot of things in life without ever bothering to test them. Like, deodorants are flammable. Or,
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, and I mean, I've never been to China, for example, but I do have a general acceptance that it's very highly likely that China exists and it is a place and all of that. Like, even more than highly likely. Although I can't say I've 100% because I have not physically been there.
Right, that's a respectable kind of position to hold. Like, you can say 99.999%, but because you haven't been there, you can't say for certain. That's fair enough. Yeah.
So but so with the outer space, so it's something like, but the thing about another country that you haven't been to or another land, it's not a very far stretch because we know the Earth is massive. I've traveled to many countries and many places in the world. It is huge. So the idea that there's more of that out there with the same physics, things, you drop a rock, you pick up a rock and drop it. The sky is probably looks similar, although different positions of things, but it's obviously the sky, the sun, the moon. It's going to be Earth. It's what you already know. Now, the claim that they're going to this outer space medium really never even came into being what they claim to be an actual thing until the 1960s, 70s. Meaning in all of humanity before that, as they're trying to claim the story, humans had never ever been to space or anything like that. And, the Copernican revolution, as they call it, they claimed they discovered the Earth was this globe and it must be in this vacuum. And it wasn't until 1969 that they claimed to have gone to the moon to then be able to snap a photo of this Earth. So that's all very recent, and it's all run through these government agencies such as NASA, and those companies are connected to the CIA, the FBI, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is the intelligence agency that releases the WGS-84, which is the coordinates for the entire globe model. So this is all very recent, and it's run through this governmental structure that seemed to have a new formation after World War II in terms of everything they did with the United Nations and NASA. So that's what I'm saying. Like, now you obviously were born into this, as I was as well, so we were born right into it. But I'm just saying, when you look at the actual history of it, it's all pretty recent. And so the claim that another country exists you haven't been to is pretty straightforward. But the claim that men can go up into the sky and then start essentially falling around something and being weightless, and that it's a vacuum, and that there's other balls and rocks out there that you could go land on. That's why I'm asking, like, that's a huge leap to have to take. And so that's why I'm asking you, like, when you really think about why you believe them, can you really say anything more than, either just belief or trust in authority?
I would say when every single international scientific and governing body also agree with each other to the letter about everything, every international governing and scientific body agrees with every other single one to the letter, yes. Because you can't tell me that there is really any reason Russia and China and America and every other international governing body should agree with each other to the letter about something, anything, ever, because they never do, except for this, apparently, to the letter.
Okay, that's a good rebuttal. I give you props for that rebuttal. Now, how about I will say this. I agree that it does seem like when it comes to space, these major countries are all roughly on the same page. They all have their space agencies. They claim it's out there. They claim, India just went to the moon and et cetera, right? So here would be the next logical thing. Either it is false and they're all essentially in on it, that they're all working together, or you're saying it's real because they're all doing it independently and they're independent. So how could you decipher between those two?
I guess look at the papers and see if there's any kind of external bodies or any external influence in. Like, you look at when these papers are taken, when the research is done, where the research is done, who's conducted it, see if there's any external influence in these researches. You would also have an insane amount of people involved in this, and if anyone came across it and knew it was fake, you'd have, again, millions and millions of people holding in this kind of information for decades and generations.
Well, there would be that to a degree, but the thing is okay. So I hear what you're saying. That's why I said it was a good rebuttal, because if you're coming from the perspective that you think they're all separate countries, then you're trying to say they're all independently on the same page, claiming the outer space and the globe. But have you considered what happened in World War II? And not even to get into all the details of it, but I mean, we could at some point probably do a whole event on it. Would be cool to go through it all, because there's a lot to it. But I'll just ask you this. Are you open to, have you ever thought about this? That whatever happened during World War II, which was a huge change, the world banks and all of the different changes that occurred in the countries at that time, etc., that coming out of that, whoever sort of succeeded in that, as it were, if you want to call it succeeded, they since then have had a control over all of the major countries, a controlling position in all these large countries, and likely have been going after all these smaller ones to take them out one at a time as well, which is what all the wars after World War II have been about. And 9/11, of course, was a huge component of that, because they were trying to take out some of the last countries they didn't have full control in. So if that's the case, then the space story and the globe, have you ever thought about or open to the idea that all of these countries are ultimately run by the same controllers, to the point to where they can all have space agencies, kind of like different parts of a corporation? So they all have their respective space agency, which is kind of run through that compartmentalized structure. And you're right, there would be people that would know about it, but the thing is they have the control of the media. So even if someone came out and said that, most people would probably just not even believe them, because of the way they have the media set up and the way they've programmed people. So there's that. And then secondly, whoever they are, as it were, like, they've gotten to that position through vetting people to be a psychopath. And they have a very, very detailed system of that. So they have a way to compartmentalize it, that the people who are in the know are never going to speak out. Not only, I think, at risk of their life or torture, but also just losing their position of wealth and kind of power, if you will. I don't think it's real power, but I'm just saying they think it is, and they are kind of getting something out of it. So, like, if they have like billions upon billions of dollars, and they know that the scam that they have to keep secret is the thing that keeps them having billions, it's not hard to not say anything, man. It's easy. You could pay off as many billionaires as you wanted; they would never peep a word.
I would say that is a very, very kind of. But
I think the ones in the know, I'm saying, are part of their actual cult. Like, they have a psychopathic cult that they've groomed people for. So these are not just people that are going to just go on the news and say something. And even if they did, they have the news delayed. They'd be able to delete it and wipe it in a second. Plus, even if they said some of this stuff, they have people so programmed by it that most people would just laugh at them anyways, or have some kind of aberrant reaction to it because of the state of deception they're in. So they would just laugh. If someone came out and said, the Earth's not a globe, they're not going to space. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people are programmed to balk at that. Of course, that's lessening recently, though, more and more. So,
I mean, that's fair enough if that's your theory, and I would love if you had any kind of major breakthroughs with it. That kind of back your theory. I'd love to see it, but I'm also sorry in the sense that I've basically missed most of it because my internet is shot off again. So I did put something in the chat, but I don't know if you saw. So I am going to leave it for tonight because I don't want to waste your time when I can't hear most of what you're saying. But I appreciate you having me on and me having some of your time. I will be on another time in the evening, but just want to say thanks, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah,
Just
cheers.
signal.
He should figure out what aerospace is. That's what I was going to ask him next. What does that even mean? Studying aerospace. Sounds funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying we were talking about theories, but I would think my thoughts is just what actually is true, and trying to get to that is ultimately
Right.
outside. Like, I'm not really. I mean, it's not really about the way he's kind of worded it in terms of just a theory. I don't really see it as that, and I wasn't describing it that way. But either way, it's really just like the system of logic between the idea of the globe and outer space and the moon landing and all of that. To be fully in the belief of it is one thing, but then the question is, why do they actually believe it ultimately? And then I understand some of the justifications, and it's understandable why they think it's real. They're just sort of trusting the whole system the way they might trust the WHO and the EPA and all this stuff. But the thing is that for it to not be real, for it to actually be false and a deception in terms of the space medium not existing, the globe not existing, all that would have to happen is there would have to be some level of controlling faction behind all of the major countries. And the fact they all locked down together, I think, shows in and of itself, showed the whole world that they're all coordinated. They're all coordinated together. I think they gave it away really by doing that. They had to do it, I think, to try to think they were getting control, but it backfired on them. And now I think more and more people are seeing that, like, because there's this thing now where it's like, all right, well, either they're all colluding because they all locked down together, or the thing that they're saying is out there is fully real to the way they're saying it is. And anyone that had any crack in that kind of matrix of that to see through that was able to quickly see that there's something going on with what they're telling us is not linking up to what's happening. So it led a lot of people to have those two things in their mind where it's like, okay, well, either what they're telling us is real, but that there's already a bunch of sketchy stuff about that. And then it either has to be that, and therefore the whole world locked down because it was actually that much of a threat, or they all locked down because they're coordinated to do so with some, some falseness about what they were pushing.
It's about truth, yeah. Are they too afraid to tell us what they actually know? Stop being little puss bags. I don't care. If there's a spaghetti monster out there waiting to eat me up, I'd like to know. If there's not, I'd like to know. If it's just regular air out there and they're just traveling and they can't really do nothing because it's so thin and they're not, who cares? It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, I'm sure we would all like to know.
I think there's a limit to how high a human can survive. There's a point at which you'll just die at a certain height. Like, it's just not even inhabitable. I think they've already tested it. They've shot things up beyond where a human dies, and they just come back in the rocket dead. So it's just a limit.
But to give us the actual readings from the actual times they did the actual tests, that would make more sense to me than just have us, all running around like, hey, man, we're debating on this shit. Like, why is the government, or just like this small group somewhere, the ones that actually, because of some printed papers, get to be the arbiters of everybody's reality or what everybody gets to know an inkling of? It's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah, and after World War II, they got that they got that control. Because once they had control over the media and the banks, it was kind of over for a while there, for a few decades, until people figured out what was going on. And life was improving, because I think some of this technology stuff is it really all is a rollout. I think they stole this tech from other beings, as it were. And they've just been rolling it out to us slowly, purposefully slowly, to make us build trust in them by like, oh, better phones, better TVs, better, everything. I think that they purposefully rolled out like tech that they already had, that they stole from the old worlds, as it were. Before this current time, they stole, like, in terms of all this like microchip tech and all this, and then they purposefully rolled it out very, very slowly, with their people. You know, like your Bill Gates, obviously.
Yeah,
So-
certain way. Yeah, exactly, 100%. Because they already had electrical stuff. They had the steam. They had all kind. Yeah, they've had all kinds of stuff. Just think of all this time, all the patents, all the ideas, all the people stuff. You know, from disco. You know, from everything, from anything they could recorded and got ideas from. They'll use it, 100%.
Because if they rolled it out to us slowly, then like everybody's lives would be getting better while they're continuing to roll out the further deception. So yeah, it's kind of like what is that thing? You know, what kind of the thing where you like give a baby candy or something to get it to do something? But I mean, that's not really a good way to actually like interact with, you know, to like lure someone with some kind of treat or whatever. But yeah, I feel like over these decades, they have done that to us in a sense. Like they've slowly rolled out. So like you have better, you know, every year it's a better car, better TV, better computer, all that stuff, like better cell phones. The fact that everything's been improving from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and then everything else. If they rolled it out slowly like that, then it would be like a huge lure to humanity to make us think that whatever the authority is has got to be good because we're getting new cell phones, you know?
Yeah, yeah. A shifty ass way of technology when it's actually way better than that, and it can all be source free and yeah, 100%.
Yeah, while they're hiding all the free energy tech and the actual more advanced ways to use the chips too. Yeah, they're just giving us the basic chip stuff. I just think they stole it from, I mean, like the idea of other lands or even earlier times, also the North Pole and South Pole and what's beyond those regions, as it were. Yeah, I don't think that it was authentically like actually invented by the people of today.
No,
like you've heard the idea that we're like a repopulated group right now that's basically been like brainwashed, essentially.
Yeah,
Like
there's a lot of books and movies about that where you could just put a group of people somewhere and literally give them their fucking beginning to their end.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Feed them yeah.
You teach them the history that they just believe. Yeah.
But you just always make it sound like it goes back so far that nobody ever questions it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just beyond the scope. Yeah, it's kind of like the light years thing. It's like thousands of years ago, this and this was happening, and then people think they have an idea of what was actually going on thousands of years ago.
Right. Nothing's ever mechanically tangible up close. It's always far away, in the past, too long, too far, everything, every measurement, everything. It's just weird, right?
Yeah.
Well, we've been rolled out this whole narrative too, like, because does anyone have any memory within their? I'm not talking about just like something you read in a history book or something that, even like the idea of like your great grandmother, like even if you have like an antique of hers or some claim like that, like I get that, and I'm not saying that, but basically what I'm just gonna say is like, does anyone have any actual memories from any actual direct family members before like 1800? Not, you know what I mean? Not a story or not like any actual memory of like, oh yeah, Grandma Edna, you know, she was great, you know, she was born in 1652, you know, and people know Grandma Edna.
Well, my wife's mom, she said that all her family are some of the people that came over on the Mayflower, and that's their lineage. Like that's from ever since then. Like a group of her family members, like that's the story they've got from her great grandma to their, you know, I mean, they stayed like kind of close, supposedly, like you're saying, and from the 1400s till today, they supposedly that's their lineage. You know, they were aboard the Mayflower. Some of their people. I mean, if that's what you're saying, now that's not direct, but that's her from her grandma and her grandma to her grandma to her. You know what I mean? From grandma to granddaughter. Right.
Well, because the idea that so if these microchip things existed, let's just say like before 1800, if microchips existed and the silicon tech and all that, then that is a huge claim because obviously it's very much not what they tell us at all. It's like they try to claim that the whole sort of industrial revolution and the Copernican revolution was part of this whole tech revolution as well. But if whoever they are, like basically, if there was some kind of huge event of some sort, it does seem like they've been rolling out a program. but with the globe and a lot of the like false physics, and it seems like there's like a whole program that they're running out. Yeah,
It's like
Yeah,
it's like all the
technology.
Go ahead, Snacks.
Sorry, I don't know. Somebody else was talking.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like pseudo progress, like all this relativistic jargon. You know what I mean? It's not really getting us anywhere. It seems progressive, but it seems to be anti-progressive as well. Like it stymies a lot of other thinking that you might do if you're kind of bottled up in some kind of relativistic framework or whatever.
Right, and think of how many people they have, like professionals and even PhDs and other scientists that are completely in that distraction.
They traded it for the truth. All the technology, all this bullshit is traded for the truth. It's actually traded for the truth. So you get the trickle down effect, you get planned obsolescence, you get all this shit. You don't get perpetual motion like we know exists. You don't get free energy like we know exists. You don't like to be able to charge things by walking past them, touching and rubbing them with your hands, talking to them, saying this shit exists. All the forms.
Yeah, I mean, I think they basically captured free energy and the actual ether tech from the old world, as it were, the ancients. Although ancient sounds even earlier than even what I'm talking about, but I don't know what else to call it other than like the old world, because it's like the world that came before this one, basically the cycle. But it would be to the point where if they captured some free energy tech and other kinds of tech back then, that they then had to come up with an entire way to eliminate the people from actually doing work with the actual realm of free energy and the ether in and of itself. Like they don't like everything they can do to keep people as distracted from that as possible, which now we have the globe and outer space and relativity, the whole distraction to keep us from that. Because if we actually remembered that or what that was, then they would be in a huge position of very likely to lose their position they have, as it were, to lose their control that they have, because they're controlling us with the free energy. I think ultimately the free energy tech, like even the electricity we're using is coming from their actual free energy tech. Yeah. And it's channeled through the power stations.
Channeled through the lies. So instead of giving you the true, just one language, everything's set to be what it is, they'll give you confusion, different languages, different ways to say stuff. They'll use math instead of language, and then they'll change the words, they'll change the dialogue, they'll change the whole language. So everybody's got, and now that confusion of that totally disrupts everything. So instead of just the base fucking truth of what we know every day, something new or not, right? Now we've got these guys in a lab making up these phrases, words, everything else. So everything's always changing to where you can't keep up. So if you can't keep up with the language they're using, that's why you can't keep up with the tech and the lie. See, so if you knew every new language they were going to come out with or what they were going to decide on, you could use that against them too. But they change it. They change all the words. Yeah. That's why they're like, I don't mean this, I mean this. Well, I'm alluding to, it points at, like, it refers to, like, what the hell is that even? What is that even?
Yeah, so if they had essentially taken the free energy tech through some kind of a takeover, they then would have the ability to essentially control the actual channels of energy, the actual electricity that we use.
They do. The radio, the TV, the microwave, it's all the same shit.
Right, because they have the ability to shut any part of it down at any point as well. But
yeah, they put out like a grid, right? You put out a grid or a static or a tone or a frequency. Once you reside there, keep that residual fucking tone. Now you can do certain shit or have certain actions or attributes in that said thing. So if they put out this Ethernet or internet, right, or this radar net or this net, right, or this you know what I mean? Because they have all the fucking radar everywhere, right? Like a grid, right? This dude who designed it way back when in like the 50s or 30s or fucking whatever. So that field is what they're propagating with too. They're also connecting with that. It's like having in your house. It's like having a north, south, east, west wall where you can control each fucking wall too, in a way. If you can control the field, the variances of that field, right? That's why we got all the low frequencies and all these certain waves. And they went from like the Tesla idea to the Marconi, right? The real low fucking frequencies and the low waves. If it's a high wave, it would surpass whatever you got to do, and you couldn't keep in it. You're not going to be able to see. And the low waves are harder to control for music, but it's probably easy for them to control for like doing all their shit with the jets and everything, radar and all of it, to be able to send their radio frequency through to better and shit to bounce through and off of. I don't know. It probably doesn't make sense, but.
I could make sense of like some of the words you were saying, but no, I couldn't really grasp like any overall kind of idea there.
It's a radar grid set up by them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of. Well, it's making me think before, like when they transitioned from from steam to diesel, the diesel engine. That's an interesting history, and how and then how that led to the whole gasoline world of today. And like JP Morgan and Tesla and the energy companies. See, it's likely to me that Tesla, his era, that he was part of carrying on some of what they had in the old world. Just to use that term, like that old world term, that Tesla was like a lineage. He was in, I think, a family that not necessarily like an elite family of like in terms of on that darker side, but actually just a family line that was like that retained some of this technology. So I don't necessarily even think Tesla even invented it all himself. Like I think he was just getting information that he was then replicating to try to kind of maintain it and keep that knowledge. And then JP Morgan and others that didn't want that to happen, all of that drama and everything that happened in terms of them taking over what Tesla was doing and then hijacking it all, and then building the grid now that we have, which is this whole sort of industrial grid, as it were, that led to what they call the Industrial Revolution. Because you've got the Copernican Revolution and then the Industrial Revolution, which they try to hype those up as being this huge advancements, but there's other ways of seeing it. Yeah, that was it actually like a devolution, devolving.
I think
rather than a revolution, more like a devolving of knowledge and kind of a control matrix, which has had its unique kind of styles to it, like the steam engine, diesel, all this stuff. I mean, it is quite a story. The creator has woven quite an interesting cycle for this one.
Yeah, because you stop it out, you go to alchemy, and then it stops at goofiness, right? And then you go to the electricity, which would have actually been the alchemy, which is to have free energy forever. But they weren't worried about that at the time. They're worried about making lead to gold. So then they move on the process, right? They get smarter. They do electricity. Now they got water, steam, and all this other shit, right? So they take Tesla's technology, instead of Tesla's alternating current the way it was, how he was going to do it, they hijacked it and they do it. They send out that frequency. They send out a grid, right? So it's not just how radar can pick up like on a ship going boop, 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 boop. They can actually shoot out a fucking grid like Tesla wanted to. They're shooting one out, and they can work within it. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like they have, that's how they work their shit. That's how, and they can get power from it or whatever. The same way you get radio, they can send fucking power to their shit. Remote control. Whether you believe it or not, they can already do it. The same shit Tesla does, they can do, but they switched it. They switched the technology, or they switched the frequency pattern or whatever, because the Teslas was alternating like anyone could pick up on it. right? Now you got to have a certain little mode thing or APC or a unit to pick up on certain shit or certain power to get power from it. It has to be converted the right way. Like your cell phone has to sit on the perfect square in your car. If you sit too far off of it, it won't charge it. But right when you sit on that square, it'll charge it.
All right. Well, you're weaving a couple different ideas together. If you're talking about DC and AC, it's direct current and alternating current. The other thing you're talking about wireless charging in a phone, which is and the position of it. Those are two different things. But yeah, between direct current and alternating current, yeah, that's part of it too. They try to claim that was part of like the Industrial Revolution, and then they try to claim the discovering alternating current, which allows for all of this modern electronics, like refrigerators and stoves and everything that uses AC to function with this frequency and this deliverance. How it's delivered, how the electricity is delivered to the devices that makes it. So that's part of what is kind of sold is that the AC revolution as well. That was that then led to this whole kind of electrical era, as it were. Which there is something to that. At least the difference between DC and AC. AC allows you to, like, you can't do all this with DC. You can do some stuff with DC, like a lot of battery powered things, and there's a lot of like DC things. You can have a certain functioning, but AC allowed for, the modern world of electronics as we know today. In that sense,
yeah, I think AC becomes DC depending on how you do it. So AC is the source of power until it hits the object that uses the power directly or mechanically, like a fan. You got the little wire on a fan. Now it connects to the frequency, right? Instead of plugging it into your wall, we have to directly plug it in to get the power now through their system, right? But it's the same shit. I'm telling you, it's hard to explain. So now, so now if I put a Tesla,
alternating current switches back and forth, like alternating current. It pings back and forth versus direct.
But when it gives energy to the thing just gets its power and turns on. You see, so it goes from alternating to direct.
Direct current flows in, like DC flows in one direction, whereas alternating, just as it sounds, it essentially reverses and continuously shifts back and forth on its magnitudinal line.
So would you have to switch the motor and the fan that plugs into the wall in order to run?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, like
you put the Nikola Tesla coil connector to it, right? The radio amp.
Well, okay, those are all different things. Those are all separate things you just said. But no, well, with AC and DC, like if you have a DC motor, then you have to run direct current to it. If you have an AC motor, then it has to be alternating. So like the direct and alternating are two completely different like waveforms, essentially, which have a different function to them.
I think that's the lie you guys are buying. I think they're both the same in a way, because that you have to have them both be the same. Because the output of alternating would be direct. Well, I don't know how else to put it. I mean, that's how I understand it.
It's a sine wave. It's a sine wave. It's a sine wave and a frequency. AC and DC are totally different things. Like you can have an actual device that creates AC or DC. I've used different ones throughout my life. In terms of like batteries are different, for example, and AC. But no, it is an actual thing. It's a very real electrical pulsation difference in terms of alternating versus DC. In terms of like I said, DC is like a direct flow, whereas alternating essentially, like just putting it very simply, but it just like it sounds, like it alternates back and forth in its magnitude, which allows for a different type of frequency, which is what allows like modern electronics to work the way they do in terms of their efficiency and the amount of power you can generate from it. Whereas DC tends to be not as adaptable in a lot of ways, and DC has limitations, a lot of limitations.
So your alternator in your car, is that alternating?
Looks like Terry just posted a thing on it there. Let's see what he posted.
Well, then you got your battery. Is that alternating or is that direct? And then you got everything you use in your car. Is that alternating? I'm just saying, like, how the fuck can you
have now you're mixing another thing. Hold on. Yeah, there's an alternator in a car, which is a different thing. That's not, it's not necessarily directly connected per se to alternating current, but an alternator is what helps charge the battery. Yeah.
It alternates the current. It's an alternator, Gio.
Actually, an alternator is direct current. It's DC.
I know, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's charging your battery. I know it is all similar words, but like an alternator is charging your battery with DC, even though it is called an alternator. But alternating current is something different, which has to do with the actual current field. So even though alternator and alternating current are sort of similar, but they actually is a separate thing from AC and DC.
Therein lies the confusion. Hey guys, this power source isn't a power source. It's magical and only be done. No, it's all direct. It all alternates. It all goes back and forth. It's a flow. It's how nature works. High to low, high to low, positive and negative. It alternates until you get directly hit with the power from it, right?
Yeah,
You take
you missed
that will burn your hair, right?
Yeah, you missed a valuable part in the AC part. So
No,
it's
you are.
alternating. Oh my gosh, dude, just chill. It's alternating current, not just alternator.
Yeah, alternating current. Yeah. Yeah, but how AC, that's what we were talking about originally, is how AC was part of this whole kind of electrical revolution, as it were, in terms of what we have today. and how like Tesla and Edison, like to get to the root of all that history would be pretty interesting.
He took alternating current and he stuck a wire to the elephant. Now, did the elephant get alternated or did he get directly shocked to death? I'm pretty sure he got directly DC shocked to death, right? Correct?
Dude, if you want to participate in the convo, you got to somehow give us.
Well, you guys got to quit making shit up and act like you know what you're talking about. Listen, just because you've been
Sorry, G. I only just jumped in. I didn't know what the conversation was initially about.
Yeah, would you posted the thing on? Yeah, we were talking about a bunch of stuff, but then AC and DC current came up. What's up, Terry?
Not a lot. I'm not supposed to be home today. Usually I go out today.
Yeah, take a day at the house.
Sitting in front of the computer. That's not my usual thing. I'm usually out in the shed tinkering on the cars and stuff.
Working with AC and DC currents?
Not currently, no. Not with the alternator. Well, the older cars didn't have an alternator. They had a what was the word for it?
Generator.
A generator. Yeah, they had an actual generator.
You said not currently. That was funny. I liked it.
It's regular to change that, right?
I don't know. I'm just saying a couple cartoons don't convince me that they're not electricity that you get shocked or get a mechanical output from to where it powers something. So at the end result, if you get power directly, mechanically. Your thing's going to work, right?
Were you really accusing somebody of not knowing what they were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, like
I know exactly what they're
AC
talking
and
about,
DC AC and DC are very different types of currents, and certain devices will only work on one or the other. Yeah.
What you've been told. I know. It's a cool story.
Are you an AC DC current? Are you an AC?
Really works. If you guys really don't want to be the new evolution and fucking say throw garbage Tesla away, throw garbage Edison away, right? And right now you today, because all you're gonna get's liars. You guys understand this yet? You're gonna get a bunch of liars that write lies in a book, right? To confuse you, to get you to think you know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry that you guys believe this shit. The fucking shit, direct and alternate are the fucking same. I don't care how much you laugh or how much you cry or how much you piss your pants. Doesn't matter. You're the one who doesn't comprehend, not me. Not my fault.
What's up, Dan? We're being democked at the moment.
You got me looking up AC/DC songs. I'm like, high voltage. I used to love AC/DC so much, man. They're so raw, so cool.
Yeah,
it's all like like you said, everything gets corrupted. Every good intention gets corrupted by the people that want to come take advantage of it. You know the story of Diesel. I mean, the guy totally died broke, right? That's the story you were talking about. How they know to wait a generation and get it off the family. They know to wait. They know to kill you off. That's what they did to Tesla. Look at the guy. Look at Tesla. Does that look like someone that was being wasted away? For sure.
Indeed. Hello, guys. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up,
All
Komori?
good, man. All good, man. How are you doing, Gio?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Nice to hear that. Yeah, still in this world, trying to survive the current.
Yeah. Survive the what? You said
The current.
the current. Oh,
Yep.
nice. Yeah. We've been talking about currents, dude. That's a good one. Yeah, exactly. Did you hear our convo on currents?
No, I just joined and was I heard a couple of words you said. Interesting. I agree. So please continue. I just wanted to say hi, guys. Dan the Waterman, go ahead, man. I enjoyed listening to what you said, and I agree with you.
Yeah, because the diesel engine.
I enjoy agreeing with me too, but I don't. I don't know what I said. Okay, Diesel. Okay.
Well, like the
that guy died broke, man. They fucked with him totally. Mercedes.
You know, Dan, let me just follow up real quick on what you said. So people think money or power is really the needed things for changing anything. Sadly, it's not really, because if you have the power against man will and you have money against decency and honesty, it won't benefit you anything. Because if you come to me, let's say someone comes to me and wants me to destroy someone who's decent and honest, right? If I have the will and the decency and honesty, I would simply say no. He said 1 billion. I say no. Trillion. I say no, basically. Then I just rendered his power and his money worthless.
Yeah. And until he finds someone else to do it.
That's the catch. So if all of us were truly humans, really standing in the backs of each other, just to protect each other, and vice versa, so we can live in harmony and in peace and thrive and survive together. But sadly, some people just willing to even sell their kidneys or their mothers just for some money or some benefits.
Well, the difficulty in defending a claim.
I can sell me mum? How much?
Well, maybe you should lease her. Come on.
Maybe on the dark web, man, you find some crazy stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that, but and one could make an argument about what life insurance really is all about, but yeah, or how that links into it. But well, we were talking earlier about how this current, if there was some form of a rollout in terms of the technology, what you just said there, Komari, reminds me of that as well, where if they want to control people with money and slowly year by year, we're getting like better cars and better jet skis and better phones and better computers, that then motivates people to really want more of the money because then they can get the nicer things. And then there's all these spectrums of you can get the high end, the medium end, the low end of everything in the world, you know, a house, a car, you can get the best, the middle, the low of the line. And then it sets up this thing where people want more of the money so they can buy more things like that and have more of those kind of material. It's like a control of the material world with the material wealth and the control of the money that seems to all be correlated together. And the question of what was it even in a way kind of rolled out together to, you know, with the globe as well to be able to control people.
I agree, man. I agree. Like just like to like reemphasize on what I said, and by like agreeing with you as well. So like just to rephrase what I said, like power influence power leaning mentalities. Money influences or controls what is it? Material mindsets, right? Yeah, just like sad.
Well, that's okay. They can loan you money, so you're safe.
Yeah, maybe
They'll loan you
by money. Yeah, by money you mean like punching some keys on the keyboard and like just like confirming I got this amount by looking at my screen.
Oddly enough, money is available at a price. Something you wouldn't expect. You can borrow money at a rate. You can produce money you don't have. That's the way business works.
Yeah, like when you think deeply about it, like who gives them the right to print money out of thin air and not us?
Right. Well, that's they got control over the Federal Reserve. Yeah. Once there's that whole story around the Titanic where like Isidor Straus and several of the wealthiest men on the world, Guggenheim, that were on the Titanic died on the Titanic, and they were the main ones that were opposing the Federal Reserve. Essentially, J.P. Morgan and his crew trying to establish a Federal Reserve. Once those guys, who were many of the other wealthiest men in the world, when they died on the Titanic, which J.P. Morgan was the financier to have the Titanic built, and he canceled his trip the morning of the one that sank, the Titanic, as it were, even though it was actually the Olympic because they switched the boats. But that whole thing. And once that happened, it was like a year later that the Federal Reserve was established, which essentially allowed them to start printing money and being the main, bank type structure that interfaces between the rest of the world banks. I think it took them a while to get it to be the world banks, though, because originally, when they first got it, it's like they established a Federal Reserve, and then World War I came right after that. So boom, that was a huge, everything that happened during that. And then everything that has led to now, where it is sort of even a world bank system all run through the Federal Reserve. And it was like a takeover that probably took about 30 years after World War.
Including all those other agencies like the Trilateral Commissions and all those other ones.
Let me tell you, like I literally can create money right now, but it depends on who accepts it. So basically, I have a white paper on me and a pen. So I write, I promise to pay you this amount. If you accept it, I just made money.
Yeah, in this country, we call it an IOU.
Yep, exactly. So this banknotes is allegedly the federal bank owns you or promises to pay you, but sadly, because people just accept it without even thinking of what it means, it goes like normal thing,
But if the neighbor and the market take it, then you're okay. It doesn't matter, really. That's what they're doing with crypto.
Yeah. I missed an opportunity, sadly, back in the days. I didn't really believe in crypto. I could have back in I think 2015, I had the money to buy 2 coins, but said, no, it will fail, but I still regret it. But even if I bought it, I have no guarantees that I will make the right decision, to just liquidate it on the right moment, to get the biggest benefit.
Oh, Yeah, that's true. What were they then? About 300 or 400 pounds? How much were they? $500. $500.
Yeah, about 700.
Uh-huh. Wow, it would have seemed like a big investment.
100%. Like it will literally gave me a lot of power, but like regretting it as like I had an opportunity if really believed in it or saw through it, I could have like made some benefit. But also I don't regret that my faith is still in the real things, you know. So like at the time I were like willing to buy much worth like investment as a in silver, buying silver instead of buying this. But like in 2008 15, silver was about like 12 something, 12 and a half dollars. So now it's beyond 20. So if you just like invested like or like changed your money into you like fake fiat money into silver, like in a few years you just like made 200% yeah, benefit.
Yeah, I was told about silver at that time because people were doing gold so readily that the people, you know, supposedly that were smart said silver
Yeah.
has to fall.
Yeah, let me tell you about silver. I really like research about silver. I listened to many experts on it. They said like silver is much rarer than gold because it's like needed in many industries, while gold is most of it jewelry. Go ahead, Gio. Sorry, you wanted to say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say, a platinum is also technically more valuable than gold as well. Or
I agree.
There's less of it actually as well. There's less there's less platinum than there is gold.
Yeah, yeah. So according to the like experts or geologists, like silver lies in the like top layers of the ground, basically, of Earth, but gold lies like on top and all the way down. So you find gold while you keep digging in and in, but like silver is only on the like surface. So that's like basically means silver like vaults or resources just like ran out or mostly ran out long time ago. Uh, but like gold is like treasured all around the world. So if something happened to the world, to the economy, and the instead of like the exchange rate between gold and silver, like 1 to 80 or like one more than 80 or to more than 80 basically, it can jump to 1 on 5 or maybe 1 on 1. So you can rate currently like for the price of 1 kilo of gold buy like about 80 kilos of silver. So imagine like doing the right investment, and then when like as they say shit hit the fan, and now the value of silver have like jumped up like 10 times, 20 times, 100 times against gold. I really like sincerely believe it can go 1 on 1 with gold, because like once people are really desperate and they lost faith in all the fiat money and in the entire like economical model, they go back into real money, gold and silver. And if you seize the opportunity and like you have planned well, like it doesn't matter silver or as you said like platinum or like even copper, you know, even copper, even tin, like tin might make you a lot of wealth.
Yeah, well said.
Thank you, man.
It's true. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, what do you think though? Do you think currency is going towards digital in terms of crypto or even like a central bank digital currency, or do you think it's going to go back to metals, back to things that are physical, or a mixture? Because it'd be pretty tough to go back to metals ever. What do you think? Like, don't you know, in terms of like where value, where things are headed? I mean, ultimately, there's even the question: do we even need to have any mode of exchange, like any actual currency? And there's even ideas that could be the ultimate, to not even have to have this, but because then perhaps there could be much more peace and much less of this disparity between people, and we could all just work together. But if even getting a transition to something like that, do you think it's do you think digital or it's going to go to anything physical ever again?
Yeah, like as you said, like currently, I agree with you. Like currently, we are like at the I think at the peak of digital money, like in the banking system, wire system, bank transfers, even like all the like Swift apps and what have you, like all those like online payment. Like we are currently living that time, or this like imaginary time that maybe in the future it's currently happening. So what's sadly going to happen is we will change into not only like real money like gold and silver, but also like trading goods for something else forcefully, because at the time, like, which is very soon, the like all the agreements, all the uh like policies, all the uh things like many nations agreed upon back in the time, it's like mostly expired nowadays. And with like what's happening between like Russia, Ukraine, and soon between India and China, North Korea, South Korea, uh, between the Arabs and the Israeli people, like what's happening currently in Africa, it's just like small fires spreading. It's a matter of time. Like, so if you aren't prepared now, like you will never be prepared. Even what's happening like in at your country, like USA, Canada, like between you and Mexico, all this like cheap labor, legal immigrations, all the poverty, like economical like devastation hitting like even USA, the homelessness, like it's just crazy, man. So it's just matter of time. It's like, imagine a patient like about to be announced dead. That's the condition of the economy, the globalization now.
Yeah. So do you think they're going to do a reset, or what do you think there's going to be a reset event, financial reset?
I believe that not as they will do it. It will be enforced like by like something like supernatural, or like environmental. Like as you see now, a lot of floods. Maybe something will hit Earth. As not that I'm a flat earther, as you know. So maybe like in many religions there is like something, a big event, like at the time of Noah, how something a huge flood happened. Some like Graham Hancock, he said that flood happened due to, according to him, I don't really believe in it, but it's like food for thoughts. Like a meteor hit something, like a place full of ice, which evaporated a lot of ice, which created, like, turned ice into a lot of rains and like floods, which like destroyed a lot of earth. So like Islamically speaking, from like an Islamic perspective, there is like a in many like oral traditions, and there's a chapter, I forgot the number of the chapter, but basically it's called the smoke. So it talks about a meteor or a planet, something terrestrial, hitting Earth and creating a huge amount of smoke. So the traditions go, oral tradition goes that a smoke will cover Earth for 40 days. People will not see the sun. Uh, at that time, people will go back to like fighting with stones and swords and bow and arrows, because like if you like research what it takes for our civilization to keep running, like just you can start with electricity. So about electricity, majority of electricity is consumed to pump water around. So, and if a blackout happens in the world, like a blackout meaning the entire network have like got shut down one way or another. It will take them years to reset it up, to make it run again. And if you want really to like to understand what is like blackout, imagine bunch of like water pipes, like running all under like the infrastructures we have, right? So basically, to fill the water pipes is something, and to use the water inside the pipes to push water to other places is something else. Similarly, to put electricity in the wires is something, but like to like make that power useful, you have to pump much more power for it to be useful. So it's a matter of like something happening, a lot of like electricity plants shutting down, and people, out of like scarcity, being scared, like pushing a lot of switches and trying to charge this and that. It will just like kill the network. And once it's killed, man, we are back in the like dark ages. Sorry to bring you the bad news, but like if you don't like think about it, if you don't prepare, like it will hit you at a time where regret won't benefit you.
Okay, so wait, what are you saying this would be? I don't know if you want to, if you don't mind, maybe sharing it one more time, just kind of like in a like a review fashion. Like, so you're saying this is an event you think is going to happen?
He's describing a natural reset as opposed to their ability to cause. In other words, we're thinking more like pandemic their way through it, and he's thinking they, and I think they know shit's coming from the sky. I think that's why they don't give a shit.
Yeah, well said, Dan. I just like to really quick repeat for you, Gio, is like, as Dan said, like we have given them much more power. Like, oh, they control this, they control that. It's a illusional power they have. So, like, can they really stop something coming from the sky? Like, basically, look at all the floods, all the like so-called climate change, right? It's not really climate change. It's a cycle happening to the to the air, all around, to the like all the basically forests being depleted, all the chemicals in the water, like changing the like characteristic of the water. Like you think all this like plastic on the surface of the water, like absorbing more heat than what water usually absorb. So that's creating some floods and stuff. But like religiously, there is a time where basically God wants to hit that button to reset everything. So that button will be as described in Islam and shared with other religions. It will be like a meteor or a planet hitting Earth from the sky, and it will create like something like insane of an explosion and damage and devastation that it will fill up the sky for 40 days. The sun won't be seen, according to the like Islamic oral tradition. And if you want to like read more about it, it's called The Smoke, a chapter in the Quran. And I'm sure about it's there is also something mentioned about it in the Bible as well, but I have to like to go look it up. So yeah, that's my take on it. It's like they think they are in control, but like as Dan said, all those telescopes looking into the sky, all those like preparation, all those like vaults all around the world for like seeds for something, they know it's coming. They know it's coming. And with all those books, like if you think about it, in the Vatican basically, and all those like so-called elite libraries, uh, like humanity basically recorded something happening not only once but many times. Also like Hancock, Graham Hancock spoke about those like events happening, and a lot of like old structures still remaining, like the pyramids, the Mayan, like what we see now in like Egypt, in the Mayan civilization, um and other technologies like historical technologies. It used or like it was built to see something in the sky. So they know it's coming. It's a matter of time. Uh, but of course, like my words currently are meaningless unless you like take action and prepare, or just like wait and see it happening.
Your preparation is also meaningless. It could hit this side, it could hit that side. I'll take my luck over your preparation any day. Now, I'm not saying not to have, in general, a few weeks of supplies around, but we all got a problem climbing out of our hole what to do with society if everything got purged. You know, what are you going to do? I mean, what we need to restore is the feeling of abundance instead of the feeling of scarcity, which causes all of this modern day third world problems that we have. And then we could focus on the first and second world issues. You know, it seems easy. Just war just seems like such a stupid way to go about economy. And that's what's happened. The world economy is pushed by weapons that blow up and they need new ones.
Yeah, I agree, but like just like to make preparation benefit, I need to add on it that if you seek knowledge from all the scriptures, like basically all major stuff happening, there's a location where all nations, all religions agree upon that this place will survive, and people will be there at the time. So if it is correct, so which I believe it's correct, like Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all of them agree that in the Middle East, Levant, Egypt, Lebanon, Palestine, it will survive when stuff happening, like major stuff happening at the end of the time. The second coming, which is according to the Jews, they're still waiting for the Jesus to come, because they don't believe, as you know, in the Son of Mary. Uh, for the Christians, Son of Mary will come back, have a second comeback. Muslims also believe that there is a second comeback, and it will happen in the Middle East. So it just depends. A question of, do you believe in God? I don't want to turn it into religious speak, by the way, but just like for the just to deliver a full thought on it. Uh, if yes, then those scriptures will benefit you, like as it points you about places and times and events and news, like you name it, happening. So if you just like think it through, for example, like according to the Prophet Muhammad, he recommended running away from major cities, from like major uh, masses of people, and running into uh, the mountains with bunch of like sheeps, and some like provision to survive what's happening.
Oddly enough, most people would be concerned about where to liquidate their investments to have them available after a crisis. So it's funny that you're even talking about location where most people are really worried about how to have cash.
Yeah, like okay, so USA is, or North America basically as a continent, is a huge land. If something happen, whatever land you have there, like it will be worthless, because according to the Bible, it's called the New Babylon, or as some like Christian believes, it's the new like Babylon, which will be destroyed at the end of the time. Uh, Also, Islamically, there is also news about like major lands like disappearing, because like when you study like history from a religious like point of view, you see mentioning of names like which is like as if there is nothing else remaining, like Rome, the Jews, the Arabs, the Muslims, the like, and maybe Italy, Middle East, Egypt, Iraq. It's just like weird when I personally think about it. It's like, wait a minute, what about East Asia? What about Russia? What about North America? What about Brazil, South America, Australia? Where are those places? As if you seen Greenland, a movie like in 2020, 2021, just like I agree with the movie, but like the place of the meteor hitting Earth is not in the Mediterranean Sea. It will be in the Pacific Ocean. So it will just like.
Which
sorry?
one? Oh, I'm joking. Sorry, I made a joke over my shoulder.
No worries, there is. So like if it's like if it hits the ocean, it will like create a huge splash, like tsunamis, like unimaginable, regardless of like not even mentioning, sorry, the earthquakes. So it will just like swipe land like it didn't even exist before. So until like, and even if you take it like, if you wanna think about it, like just like open a map and open those like scriptures from any religion which speaks about end times, you will see the mentioning of those places I mentioned before. Majority of them are in the Middle East.
But if
So,
you're talking about places and the Bible, eventually, do we stay here or do we go, or do you, in your religion or in your belief, do we go to heaven or hell? Is this a transitory place? In other words, I think the place cycles, is that connected to our cycle as well, is what I'm asking. As individuals.
So like, do you mean it like, because I hear about the rapture from like Christian perspective, like people will disappear and suddenly not existing. I think there's a truth to it, but like not as a like supernatural event. It will be like a natural event, like just something hitting Earth. So it will be like physical, people really dying, and according to the religions, you die, your soul comes out, and there is angels and Judgment Day and all this, those like stories. Yeah, I believe in them.
Did you feel that we had a dry run, what we call a dry run or a practice, with the pandemic being a plandemic for something that could easily be done for control? Did you feel that 2020 was a media event or a medical event or a banking event?
No, it was like, I agree with you. It was a major like pandemic for like measuring the reactions of people, and it had a medical scheme to it. That's it.
Look how easy it will be to implement anything at any time. Had they just distributed the common cold more often, we would all have been terrorized. I'm telling you, in this country, 2020, no one I know sneezed. If we sneezed once, we were freaked. But no, I literally, nobody sneezed the entire 2020.
I believe you.
So it's interesting. Had we all caught colds initially, we would have been terrified and done anything, they said. Had the people around us been sick. In the meantime, they just sort of renamed the flu. The flu had always been a problem. It had always taken 50,000 people a year, and they had always guessed every year about it. In the meantime, it's no different. I don't understand what difference there is between the flu and COVID at this point. variation, each year inoculation, yap, 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 yap.
Yeah, I agree. But like, I also agree about the human Trojan. You know what I'm talking about. So the human Trojan they injected, I still believe it has something to do with like harming health and like causing sicknesses, maybe long term. You know. But also like there's a lot of like witnesses speaking about like short term and people dying from it. So you can also speak about that. So yeah, it's the maybe the common cold, which is like according to them, if we want to give it to them, like they have control over viruses and stuff. So yeah, maybe they modified something, tried to like screw it up. It succeeded with some people, did not with others. Then you have the like booster, the human Trojan, like getting injecting just like to uh, excite the reactions people have, and it still didn't work with all people. Like it varied from like like for genetical reasons, and yeah, but like long term still to be seen. Long term
What do they call,
damage.
what do they call heaven in the Quran?
Al Jannah.
And do you believe in the eternity of your existence there?
Yeah.
Huh. It seems so whimsical. I mean, it seems so cute. It doesn't seem realistic. It seems cute, though. It's like, oh, then I'll live forever and everything will be great. I think the Hindus may have it more right about us a learning process and coming back. Is that who says it? The Hindus?
Are you talking about the reincarnation?
Reincarnation. Yeah.
Yeah. Like basically I'm very passionate about like religious and historical stuff, but I don't wanna like turn it into like such discussion here. But basically I
It's
really
safer
sorry?
than medicine. It's safer than medicine for us to talk about.
It depends on you. Like I don't wanna like people being upset because like when passionate people speak about their passion and they have like people like me studied it like and researched it and listened to insane amounts
Right.
from like expert of all like different religions and historians and what have you. So it will be
But it's more like your concept of forever and infinity, because you're obviously a reasonable man, So that's why I was asking about your concepts of things that are out of my reach, like forever and infinity.
yeah. So just like maybe to give you a small answer, like a brief answer to it. So when you read in the Quran, you see that life and death is a creation, is not like naturally occurring basically. So it's forced to happen. So it could have like just been like living all the time, never dying. But there is like always duality, as we see in the reflected in the world, like all around us, like male and female, day and night, ones and zeros. Like you know where I'm going with it. So basically, you have also when it comes to life, there is death, which is the opposite of it. You have black and white. So and also there is a philosophical aspect of this life, which is this life is not sustainable, but whereas the other life is sustainable. So it will be just continue forever, where this have an end basically. And you are total like I just like in a friendly way, like saying believe it, take it or leave it is totally up to you, man. But I enjoy talking about this stuff, and I respect you disagreeing with it. That's totally you're right.
I'm not sure I disagree. I'm sure I don't see it. I'm sure I don't vision it at all and haven't been taught to look for it, so I wouldn't expect it.
Uh, yeah, can you elaborate more? Like,
Yeah, and my culture never told me anything about, well, my version of my life has not been connected to religion. So the idea of going somewhere for a long time, what to me would be through many lives, past 100 years, again and again, or forever, is dreamy. I know in some religions it might be yours, where you even get the girls when you get there. That's even better than dreamy. That's downright whims. That's funny. That's exactly what we would tell people. You're going to get everything you want. You'll get all the virgins when you get there. So you do admit that is a good story for me to tell you if I want you to, for instance, die for your cause or die for our cause. If I wanted you to live and die under our rule, and I make you one promise that this is, God is watching and you will be rewarded. You'd be like, okay, you got food, right? Unfortunately, that's probably all it would do. It would just say, hey, the guy with the food says it goes like this. We used to call it in jail. The term was not that I've been in jail, but the joke was, I'm going to go to jail and get married to the guy with the most cigarettes. So in that, the person who tells you how it is meaningful, right or wrong, it's meaningful. So if you grow up next to this church or in this institution of Western ways that I was brought up in, you really would have no way of measuring that it was awkward. Americans, I don't know if you know this, maybe you do, but Americans don't realize that they're warlike people. We have no idea what that even means. It's just the way we've always fought for things. We don't even consider it combative to be at war. It's a way of life for us. It's really strange.
Yeah. So, when I think deeply about it philosophically, and I have been into many other transitional periods and experiences. So I have experienced atheism before, totally disbelieved in anything, and then slowly started asking question, which when you start looking for answers to them, things start to you start to reconnect with religion, because so there's some questions which is weird. If you wanna seek answers to them, you find the best answer to them in the religion, basically. So when you go to scientists, and lucky us, we are flat earthers, majority, I hope, all of us here. So so when it comes to flat earthers, it's okay, we have this place, we are at this current time, what's the meaning out of it? Why is it here? Why are we here? Right? So once you know that it's flat, then okay, flattening something, as you iron your clothes, so spreading something, leveling something, ironing your clothes so all the wrinkles and stuff disappear, requires attention and determination and time. So when you speak about Earth as flat, so he made it flat as the creator, for a purpose, just an indication is simple that there is someone who made it. It's not a bunch of dirt, as all this space monkeys want us to believe. Yeah, it's a meaningless ball in the vacuum of space, all this nonsense story. No, it's actually, it has a meaning, it has a purpose, it has a value. So when you start so flat Earth is step number one. Step number two, in my mind at least, personally, so I don't enforce it anyone, is why? Who? Right? Those questions. And those questions, answering them, I believe it will take you into a religious journey.
I hear that. I think I describe myself as a shallow flat earther because I don't take that plunge. Because I think it's a plunge of a leap of. It's exactly what we call a leap of faith.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Like, so basically, just like to what's the word I'm looking for here? So yeah, maybe I don't need an example here. I need like just to tell you about the Quran. So once you open the Quran, you have chapter number 1. It's called the opening. It's 7 verses. When you start chapter number 2, which is the biggest chapter in the Quran, it's called the Kaf. It's mostly about Jews and Christians and Adam and Eve and the life and the hereafter and a lot of like stuff like that. So when you read, I
And I
think
was thinking about eating the soup this afternoon. It took all day to make it.
okay, enjoy, man. So when you read,
I'm trying
start
to actually
reading the,
cook it. That's why.
Hey, Riggs.
He disappeared. So when you start reading, it just like the chapter, the beginning of the chapter 2 in the Quran, it emphasizes that religion, which it literally speaks that this book for those who believe in what believe, believe. It's a faith, a leap of faith, as you said. I agree with you. It's for those who believe in the hereafter. It's like straightforward, tells you it's not for anyone. It's for those who believe in the hereafter. Like imagine, just like to give an harsh example, I already apologize about it, but imagine a homeless kid basically who believes that one day his parents will come to take care of him. It's a leap of faith, man. Maybe they are dead, but he still have that faith. That faith. I'm not saying like religions are like bunch of nonsense or maybe fairy tales. No, but I'm just like saying it's a faith needs to be uh, or a decision to believe that this something will happen, basically, and totally people are free to take this faith or just to leave it. But if you want to take it, like I have been into being like I have been atheist before, but like try to enjoy what like Richard Dawkins and all this like nonsensical people talking about. Oh, where is God? Where is that? Where is this? Or basically, let's say the creator. It's just like the signs are everywhere, man. Uh, but what you take, what you make out of those signs, it's totally up to you. You can basically, as you said, like maybe we live here, there is nothing after here, right? Nothing in the hereafter, or maybe there is something. And here's the scary game or the scary thought: what if there is something?
Okay, let me ask you this question then.
Go ahead, man.
In my experience, I seem to have been smarter when I got here than I am now. Did you have any innate knowledge? Did you have any innate knowledge, and did you always have certain feelings, like when you looked at your parents at some point and just sort of went, "Yeah, that's them, and I know better." In other words, did you ever get that feeling that you knew better than what your years would have allowed? Did you ever get that feeling that you knew stuff?
I still do. I still have this feeling. Currently, I have it right now, and let me tell you how scary the idea is in my head. So, and it's disgusting for me to, at least in my like personal view, to talk about it from this perspective. But I believe this is the current situation we have here. I'm not enforcing it on anyone. So if you are under a huge mafia boss, a gang boss, a gangster, someone who controls everything, and he has like with like just like thinking about it, he can make it happen. So basically under that situation we have no options whatsoever. It's unless is either what he wants or what he wants, basically. There's no option number three, sorry. Two options only. So when it comes to God, he is that like powerful being, you know. So he says like you have heaven or you have hell, like do whatever you want, it's heaven or hell. So like, and if me to entertain the thoughts you said about like, yeah, it's like living, eating, it's literally that, because we have no option, man. He said like, okay, you eat, you have some provision on this earth, this time, this realm, right? So, and in the hereafter you will have the same things but much better. So but if you think about it philosophically, by the meaning of it, is like instead of like having trouble and suffering to eat, it will be for free. But like at the end of it is like eating, drinking, having sex, enjoying, maybe looking to him, or maybe talking to him, right? Forever, because this is what he said like he wanted to do, and he literally did it, and this is why we are here. So but like at the end it's like a promise, right? Okay, yeah, I give you this if you do that. So it's up to you, take it or leave it. And sadly, there's no running away from it. That's how I see it.
In English, we say, I call bullshit. That's what we say in English. You know, it's like, I see no reason to put my faith there. I don't see enough, particularly because of the different people with different faith in very similar stories, and the different creatures throughout our history with a story, you know, from the Buddhas to the Christs, you know. So think of it that way. It's like, isn't it just your faith and your story? Now let's just go further. Let's say there is a placebo effect. Let's say that you're a powerful being, and let's say that your belief dictates your world. That's even more crazy and more interesting. You know, what if the power of your belief, it empowers not creation as you describe, but creation in terms of momentum and the way people work together? Do you know what I'm saying? That like there is some power to people, and I think that that's what they keep from us. And as flat earthers, I think that's what enrages us, is the sheer love of people, not ourselves, you know, and that the potential to literally be a tree, you know, like what we call tree huggers here, to literally see someone and know that when you reach to them, it's an exchange. It's not a one-sided affair. So I think more about balance. I think more about Buddha then, I guess, because I think about balance because I hate rules. It seems like the other stuff has rules. You got to do it like this, and it's going to be like that. I seek balance, and I logically find the mathematics in that.
Yeah, well, to entertain that idea, like we need to discuss first where did we come from, right? Okay, so if we are here, we have this power of like, let's say telepathy, or maybe a halo of energy, or whatever you want to call it, right? That influences others, and even maybe stones and plants and animals. I agree with you, but like we have to go to the beginning, where it's like, okay, how did we come here, right? Once we finish from that, then we say that it will influence our discussion about this halo effect we are discussing currently.
I'm sorry, repeat that if it was a question.
No, I'm just like I said, I agree with you that there is a limited power to us. So, for example, just a very silly, small example, but we actually see it, we actually experience it. So if you have very depressed, sad guy who sits in a room full of joy, it depends on who's stronger, or who has more suffering or more like happiness, who can influence the other. Let's look at it from the other way around. So if you have a bunch of guys, like random guys in maybe on a train, subway, right, or a public place, basically of any kind, and you start seeing which is a social experiment. You can see it on YouTube, by the way. So you have this guy or a lady maybe starts to laugh insanely hard and loud, then you start seeing everyone laughing for no reason. They don't even know what's the reason of this like actor laughs.
Wait, and it's fun, and it ends up being funny.
Yeah, I agree. So it literally, even you watching it through this like technology, being like away from the time and the place it happened, it will still make you laugh, which is magical. So I agree with you. There is like something to it. There is a power. We can like influence each other, or maybe kill each other, like even indirectly.
Or discipline and helps. I feel that when I see a religious person, in particular, an obviously religious person, that they're at peace. And I believe honestly that it's not what you believe that's important. I believe that it's true to your beliefs. And I know that sounds silly, but it's got to help. Being true to your beliefs is going to help you from tearing yourself up inside. So I think earlier than religion or isolated individuals who may have, for instance, carved a totem pole, and maybe they didn't even carve it, but their parents did. That's all they had to believe in. Why? Because it came from their history. So the cool thing to note is that people do want to believe in something. Flat earthers do trigger people for a reason, and we need to cling to that trigger because that's what lets them start to explore their own thinking process, which is usually fairly confused by what they learned or what they thought they learned. And we can only ask them to have scrutiny amongst them, amongst themselves, of themselves, to burst their own bubble, to join us in caring again about fuck all around us, But bursting the bubble is not going to be done by force. It has to be, they have to want to climb towards someone like yourself that's balanced. You're saying, look, I'm not telling you what to do. Well, thank goodness, thank God.
Don't worry, we Muslims stopped like pointing guns to the heads of people, telling them you have to believe. It's a silly joke. I'm sorry, but like,
I couldn't think of a good, box cutter, airplane. I really couldn't figure out what the best joke was there.
Yeah, well, thank you for it.
You're terrible pilots too. How's that?
Yeah. It's like even like we hit the towers like the wrong place. Like if I were the pilot, I would like hit it in a way diagonally so it falls on and it creates more destruction. It's like it just like was like controlled demolition, just like fall on top of it itself, man. It was like boring. I'm sorry, no jokes about like maybe some people for sure died about it, even though I still believe it's an inside job. But yeah, so what just to follow up on what you said. So the question about it is like I really really hate the idea of someone forcefully or for someone to force me into something. So when I speak about the creator, well, he didn't ask me about like, hey, can I create you? It doesn't even work because for him to ask me, do I create you or not, he has to create me and then I have to exist and then I have to answer yes or no. Well, he already created me, so there's no need for him to ask me, do I create you or not. It's one way that he goes, which is I want it to be and it happened. So the historical question about it is, how did we come about? So historically, if we go by like population, so the more we go in time, the more population increase. So if we go back in time, it decreases. So we keep on going back until we meet who, basically. We meet the first father and the first mother. So that bring us into like, okay, did those people like come from where exactly, like, or where did they come from exactly, like from bacteria, and then we have some like stupid Darwinism and evolution, and which doesn't make any sense, because even if it made any sense, it still had like we had a bacteria which came from somewhere. Who created that somewhere? We still back into like square one. Like any way you go onto it, we still have square one. Like where did it start from? Which is like, it always like leads you back into creator. So, but if you want to believe like those like first humans, like the first male and female, maybe it depends on, like, I don't want to put like words in your mouth, but basically from what I understood from you is like maybe they believed in something or created a belief, so they need it. But for me, they existed in a designed fashion in every aspect to them, you know, their eyes, their ears, their brains, their like DNA, like the signs of a creation, like it's everywhere. If we, let's say, to entertain the idea of the opposite, how it's not the opposite, basically. Well, if we walked on the street and we have seen like people crawl and something like weird creatures or weird things, you know, maybe crawls, some of them flies, some of them with limbs, some of them like with no limbs whatsoever, some of them like with this chemistry, some of them with other chemistry, just name it. Like, go like with your wild imagination about imagining a world which nothing makes any sense. That in that case, that imaginary example, then yes, there is no sign of any creator, because like it's random, it's randomness everywhere, it's chaos everywhere. And then we have like this, I don't think that even any movie depicted it in a correct way, because even when they want to apply evolution or Darwinism into the movie, they still work it in a ordinary, like a orderly fashion. So like, yeah, they still have eyes, they still have like basically concepts and order, a fingerprint for something, a concept, basically working around that concept. So no, that's not the way it is. So, but now, going coming back to the real world, no, we have a fingerprint of the creator, his signature, basically, which we see it in animals, in insects, in humans, even in plants, in earth, in the sky, in everywhere, which like applying that to the first humans, they knew about that creator. And if you go back to the religion, like Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and all the previous beliefs, or as well, well, they had like names for them, Adam and Eve or something else, and they all share some kind of an idea that, yeah, they lived there with the creator, they have seen this, and then they came to this suffering world into a like some kind of taste. And sadly, that's the way, and I really hate it because it's forced upon me. I have no choice in it. That's why it's either like you do what he wants, or you do what he wants, unless you want to create a third place which is not heaven or hell.
They have a name for that.
Go ahead.
I think they call it purgatory. I think. I personally know someone that passed away recently, and I'm sure she would complain in both places. So I don't know where to put her. I think you come back. I think when you're not ready for what you call eternity, which to us, to me, logically would mean to transcend the physical. I don't think you transcend the physical until you've learned your lessons. I don't think you just have to die. I think that you have a soul. It seems to be the closest thing maybe I have faith to, is that I believe that in my heart, my existence, that there's more, that I've been through this before, that I've lived. I trust an innate guide that's not there. You know, that my feelings, my belief inside. In other words, I never use the word belief, but my belief in myself can easily be called delusion. But I experience it more as luck, and I'd like to feel blessed in a place of abundance. I'd like to go back to flat Earth being such a wonderful thing in terms of exposing, the amazing things. It's, for instance, it's on the screen right now. These obliterations that the ballers say is just, well, if you zoom in, it looks like that. It's like, no, no. This has to do with the border being the shape of the Earth, and it's just ridiculous when they do this, and the endless circular battles that we have get to me. I'm still too emotional. Wish I could kill my emotions and respond. This whole thing about refraction. It's like they need to show it. They can't just say it. I don't know how we overlook that.
I agree with you, man.
So I'd like to go back to flat Earth being fun, because when we were starting to get in all the media, it was a lot of fun. It was easy to rub it in people's face. It was easy to say 3 words: research flat Earth. You didn't have to talk any more than that. That was powerful enough because you could. The fact that you can't today get the same results is mind-blowing. Maybe we need to find those other examples, or continue to expose COVID, since 9/11 is blurring past everyone so badly. No one's going to hear it if we talk 9/11. But maybe I don't know, it's a little late, but a 9/11 protest wouldn't be bad. People standing up.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I want justice to the American people as well. Myself, those bastards claim that we have done it. Like, even though we have no reason to do it, whatsoever, right? Like, seriously speaking. But according to the narrative, couple of hundreds or maybe 1,000 people died from it. Okay, so where is justice for those people? I want to see it as well. And seeing it means that those bastards, so-called elite, devil worshippers controlling the or allegedly in control of our lives, allegedly, they will be they will get exposed, for us to see justice.
Can I ask you a question that I think is important about flat earthers?
Go ahead.
It's a little bit personal. I'm going to put forth a suggestion of a typical flat earther, and I want to see ask you questions about it. I'm under the impression that you might be not in the majority where you live. For instance, your religion. Are you in the majority or the minority?
You mean of Muslims believing in flat Earth or not?
No. You where you live, is everyone Muslim, for instance?
A majority, yeah.
Okay, and so
currently is Malaysia, by the way.
Okay, so I'm going to find ways that you fit the pattern of flat earthers here. They're often not ones with many brothers or sisters, or maybe traveled and did have a unique social structure that didn't have the same patterns as many of the children. Is that possible? Broken home, maybe split parents, military family, something like this?
No, we don't have such destruction in our countries.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay. That doesn't take a deep explanation. I just thought that I found a lot of things in common with flat earthers here. And I was wondering if you'd found any patterns within yourself that you thought, as you explored the world, talking to people that you fit the same pattern.
Yeah, well, there is a like a pattern. If you want to ask me, yes, and that pattern is basically uh, it's a purely religious. So there's many descriptions in the Quran about like the real scientist, or basically the ulama in Arabic, ulama, the knowledgeable people basically. Those knowledgeable people usually are or like described in the Quran all the way are as believers, not as like devil worshippers, or it's just like a neutral case that anyone can be. No, it's like those people who know God and who fears God. Those are the real knowledgeable people. So when Muslims think about like, wait a minute, like those who landed on the moon, the Freemasons, and because like Freemasonry and this like Illuminati stuff is like very big in the Islamic world, when like we know someone is like having agenda and this stuff. So the pattern is basically, how come that those disbelievers, like enemies of humanity, you name it, whatever you want, uh, come to land on the moon? Not only that, but actually the Quran speaks about challenge, where if you think you are in control, I think in I need to look it up, so the reference. So it speaks about a challenge, like if you think you are in control, you can escape this place, then try to dig in the ground or try to penetrate the sky or the firmament or the heavens. And it's stated, yeah, it's in chapter 55, verse I think 35 to 35 to 33 to 35. So it describes, even if you try, you would have like fire and smoke and molten copper unleashed on you as a punishment. So then you have this like split road in front of you as a Muslim, that wait a minute, unless the one, like if you go to the right, the Quran is right, and they didn't land on the moon because they can't penetrate the sky, and the moon is above the first firmament, because in the Quran there's a description of 7 firmaments similar to the Bible as well. So you have like, wait, if they are honest, then the Quran is false. If the Quran is right, then they didn't land on the moon. It can be both way. It's impossible to be both ways. And then so basically this is the pattern of people thinking. They start thinking about like, how come they penetrated the sky? It doesn't work. So is the Quran true or not? So with some digging, like I talk to many people, like they always speak about penetrating the sky and how it's impossible or not. It's always the case. Even some people try to twist the reality or the idea of like penetrating the sky or not, as well, they didn't penetrate it because the moon is on lower firmament, or below the firmament, so they didn't really penetrate the firmament. So it's basically possible both ways, that the Quran is right and the moon landing is correct, or something really happening. But those type of people are very silly, like to many Muslim flat earthers.
And are there many Muslim flat earthers? Would be the next question.
No, not really. It's like what is it called? There's a word. What's the word used? Like they see it everywhere. Basically, the description of it. They see it everywhere. They get to experience it, but they don't admit it, or they don't like say it. Cognitive dissonance. Yeah. So, this is the case with them. Even though like the Quran in more than 8 places, it says about like Earth is flat and it's like forced to be that way, and there's like many description of it as it's flat, like a carpet. leveled up, flattened up, like a mattress, etc. Like there's many meanings or like examples or like uses of words which like strongly straightforward says it's flat basically. And then you have those like idiots believing, like claiming to believe in the Quran literally, because like the Quran is take it all or leave it all. There is no like middle place, like, or gray area. So those 8 places, 8 verses speaks straightforward that Earth is literally flat. So those people are in huge trouble. Like, okay, wait a minute, no, it can't be flat because NASA went to space and landed on the moon. So what do we do about it? Yeah, so they twist the meanings into like the literal meanings into metaphorical meanings, which is like idiotic.
Well, what do you think of the sheer number of religions about? Don't you think that shows you how silly people can be?
Yeah, 100%. Because like if people are honest, they would like this like huge division, the huge division in between religions, or this like many numbers of religion doesn't make any sense, because, well, we have one creator. It doesn't work any other way, because like this creator must be perfect on all aspects, have all the like insanely good attributes, insane amount of power, knowledge, seeing, hearing, you name it, right? So it's like insanely perfect on all aspects. So then comes like, how do you make a partner for such a thing, you know, as God or as creator? It doesn't work. Because, and the Quran like has a verse on it actually that says, you claim there is many gods. If you had many gods, they will fight among themselves, and the strongest of them will remain, which bring us back to square one, which is one God. So if you believe that or not, it's similarly we are remaining with one God. But it like clearly explains that it's not the case. So it's only one God, like coexistent from the eternity, like from the beginning to the end, etc. Like the case in Christianity and Judaism and many other religions. Yeah, so people actually created this division. So you can go with the Jews basically. So the Jews did not recognize Jesus, son of Mary, as the Messiah, right? As someone from God. They tried to kill him. Tried to kill him Islamically. So because we don't believe in crucifixion, so they tried to kill him. Called him many names and what have you. So that's division number one. If we want to start from Judaism only, that's division number one on record. Then you have Muhammad coming, and then you have bunch of Christians and Jews who don't recognize Muhammad as a prophet or someone. So history repeating itself. What happened with Jesus, son of Mary, happening with Muhammad. Yeah, people not recognizing him. Now we have 3 divisions. So, and if we go back further in history, then you have like tens or hundreds of prophets or messengers where people are not recognizing them, not believing in them, not obeying them, etc. So now we have insane amount of division. So is it the blame of God or the creator or the messengers? No, they had one message only, that yeah, there's one creator and there's heaven and hell and be good, and all this like story about being good in all religions. So yeah, it doesn't make sense that those messengers, which is sent by that one creator, that such a creator with all perfect attributes and characteristics and would have like a popcorn in front of him and sending messengers to influence people against each other, or like create division in humanity. Like we already have like many other. If he wanted to have fun, there's many other ways to have fun. Like an earthquake, like if you play same city or this like city building stuff, Like people have fun in many other ways than like making those like people having, you know, riots or killing each other. So yeah, sending meteor on them, fires, floods and stuff. So which actually he did before, like the flood of Noah, right? So he just like destroyed Earth by a flood. Other places which like earthquake or Earth swallowed bunch of people. So he can have fun his way this way if he wants. So you get the idea.
Does your place of worship allow you to discuss flat Earth?
Yeah, like in Islam, you are free to ask any question.
But are you free to believe in it? Or, you know, like, in other words, you've already got a belief system. So does it parallel? Does flat Earth perfectly parallel the Quran? Would be my question.
Wait, can you rephrase your question? I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you have to compromise your religion to be a flat earther, or do you have to compromise? Do they allow it? Does it fit? Does it fit?
Yeah, like basically, I can send you a file here. I hope I have it. No, it's a must actually. A flat Earth is a like Islamic belief. Basically, you must think of Earth as flat and believe of Earth as flat because this is what the Creator described Earth to be in the Quran, basically. So
do you have knowledge of the Islamic community rejecting the globe model in years past before the 21st century?
yeah, it happened like there were like division among like scholars, not truly scholars, but like just to say claimed or believed by people to be scholars. So you have let's say like day number one, right? You have the Prophet Muhammad, right? Uh, Reinitiating Islam, not restarting Islam, like not starting Islam, but reinitiating Islam back again. So, and in the Quran, he taught Earth is flat. Then you have the companion of the Prophet, who also believe that Earth is flat. We have no record of them historically that any of them, the Prophet or the companion of the Prophet, which lived at as the name suggests, who lived at the Prophet time, any of them to claim that Earth is a globe or something. So we have generation number one, the companions and the like existing at the time of the Prophet. Followed generation number two, which is the witnessers of the companion of the Prophet, who lived at the time of the companions, but they didn't see the Prophet. So we have two generations of those people, like extending to about like 200 years after the death of the Prophet. None of them ever claimed Earth to be other than flat. Zero. And even Ibn Idris, this like, I have heard many idiots saying like, well, Ibn Idris in his book claimed Earth to be globe. He did never claim Earth to be globe because like if you pay attention to the map he has drawn, there is Qaf. Qaf is a mountain, is a basically the ring, the mountainous ring in the south. He literally drawn the mountain, and he literally drawn above the mountain of Qaf. And here comes people say, no, this like he drawn like a circle, so it's a globe. And because they misunderstood a couple of his description in his book, and then you have a circular drawing of the map, so it's a globe. No, it's not. How do you fit a circular mountain on a globe? It doesn't work. Yet he like literally drawn like north and south and east and west as circles around the North Pole. And then you have like in the south as a border, the mountain of Qaf. So even like Ibn Idris and Ibn Rawandi and many like Arabic philosophers and scholars and explorers Ibn Rawandi, one of them. Like he traveled to. He have a actually. I read his book. So I don't know if he witnessed it himself because he doesn't say, but he says that above this like ring-like mountain, the dome of the heavens, like sits on top of it. So whether he have seen it himself or he talked to someone who have seen it, he described it in his book like this. So, but like of course there is. I'm trying to remember some names. I don't even have names like currently ready to say yeah X amount of or those names claimed Earth to be globe. I have the other way around. I have like tens of names who claimed Earth, who stated straightforward that Earth is flat, and referencing the Quran and referencing the Islamic oral tradition of the Prophet. So I believe it's a dishonest job by the translators who translated the Arabic scriptures and textbooks and then twisting them around to say, well, yeah, see Ibn Idris, he drawn this and then he had a model of the Earth being a globe. It's a projection, basically. Even if he had a model of Earth being a globe, it's a projection. But literally he had the other like flat map, which is a like ring-like mountain surrounding the entirety of the Earth, all the continents inside. So, and in his map, of course, at his time, the North and South America wasn't discovered yet, according to the Arabs, because like they ran on camels, not on ships, like at their early ages. The Silk Road, from the Arab land to China borders. Yeah, so it's on camels. Later on, they got to go on ships, and believe it or not, if you go back in history, the Muslims discovered North America way before Columbus. And there is some historians speak about evidence of Islamic beliefs and symbology within the indigenous tribes coming back from Islam, and also some skills dealing with gold, which is African. So it wasn't European. Well, actually, I don't want to get deep into it, but like I hope you get the idea. So yeah, but like in short, no, the Muslims, the scholars of Islam did not claim Earth to be globe.
Do you see the quotes in chat regarding that at 01 after the hour? It's from a guy named Paza, the cartoon dog, a little orange cartoon dog next to it.
Oh yeah. I'm reading it right now.
It's tough when someone brings something and you don't know first if they're joking or if it's the tone. It's hard to tell the tone, and then it's hard to tell the source, and if it's out of your scope of understanding, it looks as if it's been.
Yeah, well, is he the Paza C? Are you here? I don't see him here.
No, but he does come around.
Okay, it's just like weird. He mentioned Ibn Taymiyyah because I read the entire chapter about like in his book describing Earth, and like people basically did not understand plain Arabic language. Like, okay, what can I have can I share the screen? Can I have the ability to share the screen? I need to like find the book because I have it on me. It's just like, man, it took me, I'm a flat earther since like 12, 13 years now. It took me a lot of reading, a lot of research in the Quran, in the Bible, in the entirety of whatever I had hands on. Like, I didn't waste any opportunity. So I read what Ibn Taymiyyah said, what Odysee said, like, yeah. It's just like funny. People like they just like copy something because they think they had it from a like a reputable like source, and then they spread it around. But sadly, with the age of the internet, like people don't really go back to the sources. Now imagine if the sources are in foreigner language like Arabic, and they can't read it, and then you have some idiot historians who don't even read Arabic, who have like some transcripts of like the Arabic books, who claims that Ibn Taymiyyah said that Earth is a globe, where Ibn Taymiyyah literally opposed the idea because he had many like fruitful thoughts, like challenging the idea of a ball in the chapter of in his book. You have also Ibn Hazm. Ibn Hazm agreed with Ibn Taymiyyah agreed with Ibn Hazm that it can't be a ball because due to 1, 2, 3, he like stated many arguments like it can't be a ball. One of them basically, like if you want to like claim it as a silly idea or not, he claimed that Allah, God in Islam, and by the way, Allah, the name is used by Arab Muslims, Christians, and Jews. So we all those like main three religions in the Middle East, we say Allah, we means the same God. So Ibn Taymiyyah said, I don't remember if Ibn Taymiyyah or Ibn Hazm, he said that Allah is the highest. So if Earth is a ball, then our feet points at him. It doesn't work because we have one up, one down, and he is the highest, so he's always up, and there's like he can't be below us. This is one of the arguments he said. Yeah, Al-Ghazali, Al-Jawzi. Let me have the sources. I have it on me. I need to find them in my hard disk.
Well, it's nice to hear a different perspective, right?
It's the true perspective because I'm a native Arab. I read those books, and I literally I have the evidence to show you that Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Hazm. Okay, Pazasi has it in the like second paragraph. Ibn Hazm actually he had an entire chapter about his book in a I think let me find the stuff on my drive, and sadly I translated it to English, but you need to take my translation for it as a, and I can give you the Arabic sources, and it's up to you to translate it on your own. Yeah, I have it. Gio, can I have permission to share my screen?
I'm sure if it works, it doesn't matter. What are you showing?
The sources.
Are they your files?
Yep.
There's no videos with copyright problems. That would be his only concern.
No. Gio is like totally created by me, and it's like under the fair use, so don't worry.
Give it a try.
If you see anything, just like let me know.
If I'm paying attention, I'll let you know. I'm gonna go cook some food.
Okay.
It's great to hear a different perspective, though. Thanks. You're
welcome, man. Thank you.
You describe things. Your English is good. You describe things well. You know.
Thank you as well to you to give for like giving me the opportunity to speak about it, and for all the listeners, like for your respect and like accommodation, man. Because like usually people, thankfully not in here, but usually people don't give you the time. Say like stop monologuing. I have to speak. But like luckily here, I had the opportunity, the like fertile ground to share what the knowledge I have.
It's still monologuing. It was just a good time.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I apologize for it.
Anybody would correct you and chime in if they had anything to talk about. That's why I said it was nice to hear a completely different perspective. Um, especially being a flat earther, so it's not a religious conversation to us. It's still a flat Earth conversation, or
Yeah.
a world culture phenomenon. Regardless, right? Culture is
Yep.
so amazing. Your culture is you can't get out of it. You can't get around it. People were born into a culture.
Yep. Yep. So I have the names here. But like sadly, no need for any permission to share the screen. Uh, Sadly, the files I have them are missing. Like I didn't get the full copy, but basically I have the names: Al-Qurtubi, Al-Tabari, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Kathir, Ibn Hazm, Ibn al-Wardi, Ibn Atiyya al-Andalusi, Al-Qahtani, Abu Tayyib al-Qanwaji, Jalal al-Din al-Mahalli, Jalal al-Din al-Suyuti, عبد القادر البغدادي, الثعالبي, Ibn al-Jawzi, Abu Hayyan, Al-Khazin, Ibn al-Qayyim, al-Shawkani, al-Kafi, al-Mawardi. All those names, and I have way more, but this is what I had on my on my presentation. All those names, I had the sources. All of them claimed, like stated, sorry, not claimed, stated straightforward that Earth is flat, based on Islamic, based on referencing Islamic verses or Quranic verses, basically, or Islamic tradition, and some philosophy to it as well. As I said, like I think Ibn Taymiyyah said it. Allah exists only as the highest, so He's always on top of everyone. So, it can't work as a globe, because people will be pointing their heads and their feet everywhere, and it's like he doesn't agree with the idea. Yeah. By the way, if you are interested, I can bring the complete files, and maybe if you like, whenever you see like good fit, basically a good time for it, I can give you the entire presentation. It's about, I have given it a couple like one or two times, and I have also my teacher or my like mentor, basically. He believed in Earth being flat more than 13 years now, and we have it both in Arabic and in English. So it's about we like I recommend dividing it into like couple of sessions, because it's like about 5 hours of information about, like, from zero to hero, basically, and from like Arabic people and Muslims. So yeah, if you are interested, like, just like DM me, and yeah, we will do it. Or maybe if he's busy, I will do it. And let me tell you, like, it have been given to like multiple of people now. I don't know the number. So majority of them stopped believing in Earth being a globe after seeing all the screaming evidence, the screaming truth, and the evidence that Earth is flat. Uh, yeah, it's a about it's the like what is it? The result of about 10 years of research. So it's like kind of outdated now, because we stopped like working on it, but like it's still very, very interesting. Or I hope, at least, if we do it, and you will find it very interesting. So, but by the way, I have like shared with you the text file, which I made like about all the verses in the Quran speaking about the flat Earth in the Quran, which is like uh, the straightforward meanings that cannot be understood any other way. And in the Quran, Earth is never uh, described to be a ball or a planet, or that it's moving, uh, or that it's small. It's the opposite, is the complete opposite way.
And who wrote the Quran?
The companions at the time of the Prophet.
And what is that time compared to the times of Christianity and Jesus?
It's
Way
about
before?
no, about 600 years after the Jesus ascending.
How far back to the Jews go? Like before Jesus?
About like 3,000, I think 3,700 years or something.
But the Jews aren't one of the three major religions, are they? No.
Yeah, kind of. If you like, so like Bani Israel, basically the children of Israel, right? Who comes from Isaac. So the descendants of the Isaac, son of Abraham. So yeah, Jesus and Moses come from that basically spline, but Muhammad comes from uh, Ishaq, basically Isaac. So yeah, they are like kind of like cousins.
I feel like talking like an American. Y'all got a Jesus over there or what?
Yeah.
It's interesting because Americans don't have a shitload of culture. So even though tradition seems to wear out over time, it's rooted somewhere, and all these peoples with all their traditions is very fascinating because we need something to believe in, right?
Yeah, you also need like people in general need something that connects them to the past, and the best the best place to be if you want to be like that, regardless if you are born there or not, is the Middle East. Basically, the like a crepe of the uh, tribe, basically of the majority of prophets and messengers. So I'm like basically originally I'm Yemeni, but I lived also in Syria. Uh, like, and I lived in the old city of Damascus. So basically, it's a castle, and that castle existed like more than 1,000 years. It was like fascinating, as you said, like mesmerizing, walking in the old streets, entrances, which wasn't even prepared for any cars or any technology. Even like electricity can't be built underground because you will destroy everything to make it underground. And so majority of the old Damascus is like you see electricity above the roofs, and like the passages of the old castle. It's fascinating. Let me like give you a picture of it.
It's odd to tell someone how when you get to certain locations you can feel history. It's
You
pretty hard.
literally do. You literally
Yeah,
do, man. It's insane.
it's hard to explain.
Yeah. You need to like you need it like first-hand experience to understand it. It's as It's as they depict in for just like for the entertainment of it, as they depict in the movies, like as if the place is haunted, you know, like there's something to it. So I have them in Livestream 1, some like pictures of the like castle of Salah ad-Din, like in Damascus. It's, man, it's so huge. I always like wanted uh Sun Wukong's, thank you, man. Like I always wanted to like free climb on the walls, but like I didn't want any trouble from the like you know, the police or whatever, or maybe to fall down and break something or die even. It's just like insane.
I used to climb those kind of walls on the little white hens because they have stones sticking out all the way up.
Exactly. Yep,
Yep.
yep, yep.
And it was pretty fun. You can't go too high, yeah, because you'll get nervous. But I always wonder what's going on in the damn castle.
Inside, man, so sadly the castle is not like fully sustained, so some of the walls are destroyed over time, maybe from wars or whatever. But like in it, still like the old Damascus, if you go, oh sorry, the old city of Damascus, which if you go on Google Earth and if you try to trace the like the walls of the castle, you would see completely different city to its surroundings. So this is like the original Damascus. So I got like blessed to live inside, you know, like to be of the original like Damascusi, basically people who lived in that castle for like, and my ancestors like for like at least 500 years.
Damascus, and that's supposed to be, and like Damascus steel. Does that have anything to do with that, or no?
Yeah, it's also like I don't know. They say it's like got famous there or maybe originated there. I'm not sure, but like yeah, there is like something to the metal. Um, it used to be like a castle basically. So and the like you see in movies, you know, like those like historical movies, a insanely huge castle. So and
Yeah.
inside there is a full city full of blacksmiths and carpenters and like normal people living. And around the castle, it used to be, of course, like way back in time, not now, a lot of farms and stuff. And if something happened, people will run inside. So yeah, so there were a lot of like any other place, any other castle, a lot of like very proficient blacksmiths, you know, in the castle.
Oh, you got to have a lot of builders and stuff, architect, build everything, designers, engineers to keep the castle going, to keep everybody doing what they do. Got to keep make everything, yeah. I would have thought it'd have been a better thing to have like an anthill type thing, you know? Put your castle right here, and then over here is where you actually go, and the castle's just there for people to like waste their energy and bombs and stuff on. You know, I mean, you go there, you do your shit, but in the time of need, you don't actually you fortify the castle and make it seem like you're there. Maybe a couple people do some shit, whatever, some type of remote way. You know, have some mirrors jingle or something. You know, make them think some people's in there, and then you be somewhere else underground.
Yep, yep. Man, like this last photo I posted live in Livestream 1, at night when the cities are like sorry, the streets are like empty, Man, it's the scene is insane, and especially the lighting they put, like they designed. Man, you think like you are you are like actor in a movie or something.
Yeah, that looks not. That looks tight. I like that. All the rooms in a castle, king and queen. Which room is theirs?
Sorry, what's the question again?
With all the rooms in the castle, you got a king and queen.
Oh yeah. So the Islamic design of castles, we don't have queens or kings. It's like the caliph, basically, al Khalifa. So
Oh, so it's just a safe place for everyone.
exactly, it's a
Okay.
walls, huge walls, basically.
Okay, so it's just a military stronghold.
Yep,
Yeah, I
yep,
like it.
yep.
Maybe a lot of them were that.
Yeah, yeah. The Islamic uh, uh, design of castles is totally different than like the, let's say, yes, we have like great mosque, like the Great Mosque of Damascus. It's inside the city, and this is the biggest thing of the castle, basically. Let me like show you a picture of it. Which is like one second, yeah. So that area, man, is like full of culture, history, traditions, religion. Uh, it's so fun. Sadly, after the new Middle East suggested by Clinton and the U.S. government, not the U.S. people, like with all the destruction happening now in Damascus and Syria in general. Uh, as a foreigner, you can go there, I think, no problem. But like, it's still not like quite safe to do it.
And it's really huge too, and it's like wide, it's really tall, and like something about the number of pillars. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, you're correct. Actually, Islamically, we believe that Jesus comes on the eastern minaret of the second coming happens in Damascus in the on the eastern minaret of the mosque.
That's what I want to ask. Okay,
Go ahead.
if you were on a ball, how can you determine, and I'm not being funny, like what would be the most religious position on a ball to be the east part of the ball? To me, you know what I mean? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Like if you're on a
yeah.
ball, how could you be on an eastmost point of a ball?
That's actually very legit and good question because like basically the Islamic the answer is no, like you can't because there is no corner for it, there is no high place. It's a ball after all, right? There's no corners on a ball. So
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. I brought this up before. You want to talk religion, you bring all the religions, you say, okay, for the religious idea that you're God or whatever, right? Said, okay, find this position. Why would he give you a faulty position?
true,
Correct? Right.
correct, 100%, man.
So if we were on a ball, you know where the east would be? Under your feet, looking down at the ground.
Yep.
Isn't that weird?
Just like it, I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense, man. Where on a flat Earth, it's actually where stuff happens.
100%, I'm with you too. And uh, there's some Arabic people I talk to. They will speak Arabic, you know.
Yeah,
And yeah, I talk to them about certain shit. Yeah. So it's interesting to me, like any religious group that has to pinpoint a certain direction or location or something, right? Given to them like biblically or whatever, right? So that thing I like to point out because you can't have them on both. You can't say, well, this works in the Bible on this and this. The East thing only works on a flat Earth only.
100%. Yeah, even like the Islamic prayers is different to the Christian prayers. So the Christian prayers you have to just be in a church, where the Islamic prayers you can make it like 99% anywhere basically, except for like dirty places, or like graveyards, so or seminaries. So to like to conduct the prayer or to make the prayer, you have to face Mecca and Mecca city, the Kaaba in Mecca city. So if you are on a ball and we draw a straight line, then you are like praying to some star in the, you know, or something in the sky. But like the
100%.
exactly, but in the Quran, it actually literally the language spoken in the Quran, it says like, put your face against the holy mosque of Mecca. How do you do that on a ball?
It's a good
It's
question.
impossible, man.
It's
It's
my question.
impossible. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Okay, now let me share with you some like sad like picture, but like luckily it's repaired now. But this is like uh, with the war happening in Damascus and around in Syria in general. So some of the destruction in the Great Mosque of Damascus, or maybe I'm mistaken. Sorry, this is in Halab, which is Aleppo. I highly recommend it to you guys. Like whenever you have the opportunity, just like you have to visit Damascus. Like at least put it on the list, if not number one. The especially like specifically old Damascus, the the history there, man, is insane. And better than Damascus, even actually Jerusalem in Palestine. Like there is even more, even like more crazier, you know, like insanely good the history there. So I guess that's it, guys. So it was nice speaking to you, and thank you for the hospitality, and hopefully talk to you later. So take care, guys.
Popeye the Sailor Man. Strong to the finish, 'cause he eats his spinach. Imagine a sailor that doesn't eat fish. He just eats spinach. And then in the cartoon, he hated spinach, which didn't make no damn sense. I mean, in the movie. The cartoon, he had to get it. In the movie, like it act like he hated it or some shit. A non-biological entity. Is it remote control or a machine or a drone? So when the government said they captured aliens that are non-biological, what the hell does that mean even? They don't pee and poop. It doesn't breathe. A non-biological? If we're cousins of rocks and a rock is biological, what the fuck are they talking about? So all the aliens and all the ships and all the UFOs and lights and all these people's crazy ass stories are just a remote control drone? Cool. Or a cat toy laser light you shine across the sky. Oh, look, a cat toy. Look, you guys. There must be fucking aliens everywhere because there's a cat toy light in the sky. Oh, look. I see a reflection in the sky. Things must be getting ready to come down and eat us up and take us. We're a big bad alien remote robot. We're so advanced we need to probe you. We need to find out what a primitive human is. You'd think if they were that technologically advanced, they'd know what a fucking human was by now, and they wouldn't need to probe anything to do with a human. Why would you need to probe a human if you're the advanced things that made them? Doesn't make any sense. We are smart aliens, and we wreck on planet Earth. We have a DUI. Earth atmosphere must get them drunk. The non-biological robots crash on Earth. And then on the other hand, you have an EBE, right? Or an EB1, electrical biological entity. So you have an electrical biological entity or a non-biological entity. Which is it? I'm confused. Don't ask who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you out there listening, viewers, listeners. Hey, buddy, let me tell you something right now, buddy. Better look at the magnet, buddy. Figure it out how it works, buddy. Your disgruntled hillbilly cousin. Come around here, get your grape peeled, buddy. Trying to mess with gravity. Gravity will get your grape peeled. That's funny. Where do you pray on a globe? Religious globers. What's the east side of a ball? What's the west side? Where is the west point on a ball? Surely you have to have a east and west pole, or an east and west position like you got north and south. I don't know why you wouldn't. Why are north and south fixed positions a dot, right? A fixed dot position, but then east and west are circles? Kind of, kind of, kind of weird. So there is no east part of a ball or a west part? Then how in the hell can there be a north and south? Did you know I can move a stick anywhere along a ball that you claim is a north or a south line because it's the same direction? Walk to the north and you're coming from the south. So anywhere I put that stick can be the north or the south pole. Anywhere around that big ass ring can be the north or the south pole. Because anywhere around any point along that circle, you're going to the north or coming from the south, or coming from the south or going to the north in the same position. It's both areas. So you have a north-south pole. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's been going on really, but there's a nice, cool north-south pole we got going on, but no east-west pole. Isn't that weird? Still like to see how well the magnifying does in the summer versus the winter, or the hottest months versus the coldest. What degree can you get your magnifying glass little focal point to? My best advice to everybody is just be like, don't listen to me at all, but do think about what I'm saying. You ain't got to take it to heart. You ain't got to 100,000,000% pay attention. Just think about it for 1 second. Each thing, regardless whether it makes sense to you or not, doesn't matter. The whole point is for original thought. Do you have any? Have you ever had one? Anyone? An original thought. Or is everything based on memory? And if everything's based on a memory, then you couldn't possibly have an original thought. It's not possible. You can have another way to think about something, to word it to another person, or to communicate it, But you can't have an original thought. Can you? In a society taught how to speak, taught how to do numbers, letters, all that shit to go to do work or to pay a bill, are you actually like, where's the original? How far back would you have to go to wonder if a human had an original thought over another human that his mom didn't tell him, a dog, a cat, it's like something didn't give him that idea rather than him just being like, what the hell? I got this crazy idea out of nowhere and no one else has it. His original thought, your original, her original, our original, they original, it original, we original, an original thought.